Good morning, everybody. Good greetings there, Jaskar. How are you doing today? So, I lied. I did a little progress last night off screen. I couldn't help it. So, a little bit of progress I got done yesterday off stream. We have gone ahead. Oh, there's my tower. I haven't done anything with the tower yet. I'm still deciding if I want to keep it on that peak, move it over to. I might move it over to this spot here and then flatten the top of this ridge off. So that's probably what will happen eventually. Um, but I did a little more digging in the iron and coal nodes. I dug out to start. For the time being, this is kind of a temporary setup to the plant. I've got the hopper system for robustness later. Hey, Crisis, how you doing, buddy? Um, Little robustness. That way, I can dump the big boys in here later and not have to worry about the material getting in. Um, so right now it's currently just merged into one line to go into the storage. As we progress further, this will start to change and we'll have the production of the materials and stuff back in here, and the front area of the plant will be for smelting and processing and all of that stuff. But I've also been taking the little dirt or the piles of dirt that I get, put them in my hand, and I've been walking along and painting the road back to town. As you can see, I have a lot of it painted. It it does still need some more paint. It still needs to be rolled. It needs work, all of that. But having them in your hand to just walk along and plop them on the ground works fucking amazing. I love that feature. That's an amazing change. And yeah, it goes. I'm almost all the way back to town. There's a little section right in here I haven't finished connecting yet, but this is connected in through here, Mister Oh wow, Mr. MacGyver coming in with a 28-month resub. Thank you very much, MacGyver. I do greatly appreciate the support. 27 months in a row. Holy cow. Hard to believe I've been streaming that long. It's crazy. So yeah, I've basically got most of it all done because the trees have suddenly started repopulating constantly. Um, went several times, it never repopulated. Now they're repopulating. So he must have fixed something in one of the patches without even realizing it. But yeah, it's going good so far. So far, it's going well. I haven't connected this yet. This is a big pile. I need to get this area dug out once I decide how big this area is going to be. But essentially, I want enough room here. Let me do that so I can actually look around properly. I want enough room on this pad area that I can drive up. This is open right now until I have enough concrete block to build the ramp onto this pad. But I want enough room on the pad to be able to drive up, back in, and then drive out. Hey, Alfred Prom. Good morning to you as well. So one of the things I want to do right now is I'm currently going to dig this back a little ways, probably to right in this area here. I'm going to cut it back. It'll give me plenty of room to be able to drive up, kind of swing so I can get the nose over here and then back up. It's my goal, especially with the big boys. You know they're going to take up a lot more room. All of this was me just hogging out for here last night. I used the wheel loader and I just kind of took it and dumped it aside. I've started making a little bit, as you guys can see, a little bit of a temporary ramp here. So I can drive up. It needs a lot more material still. But I also need to strip the topsoil here because the trees have been popping back in the factory, which is quite frustrating. So I need to strip the topsoil in underneath where the concrete is. I've had them popping up in the machines. So I did paint under there a little bit. Once I get this area cut out, we're gonna move this material. I'll make a temporary ramp here, and I'm going to strip the material back in there. That's my current goal for today. We'll see if we can't get this area prepped. I've got a lot of material currently going through the smelter. So clearly we're going to need at least 2 smelters. We'll probably need an army of smelters later. So I'm struggling to determine how big of a factory I want to make right now. Thankfully, weight on your character is not an issue. Which is nice. What I'd love to see is a storage with an outbound spot. So I could, make a wall out of one and then be able to grab stuff from machine, put it in, and have it go someplace else. Yes, you do have to put items into the smelter manually. They don't transfer in automatically. So that there's no automation like you get out of something like Satisfactory. There's none of that in this game. Honestly, I wouldn't want automation per se, because it would feel too much like a factory builder. I like that it's a mining game first. And how's it going there, Dragonfire Express? All is well currently. Let me get back to my audio page so I can keep an eye on audio levels. Ah, you dummy. What a dummy. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's also not that big a deal either, because all you got to do is, every couple of trips throw material in and go type of deal. You get enough smelters, even with the big equipment, you just fill them up and you'll have a couple hours wait while they process on some things. No, I don't have the Command C squad. No, not yet. Very little money for different types of rocks. Well, yeah, I know the ultimate end goal is to process the materials, so there's a lot of balancing that's getting done, I'm sure, Game Room. I kind of spoke about it a little bit yesterday. This is a major game change that they were working on right up until the last minute. I mean, even some of the testers didn't get the game to test until a couple days before the patch went live. And at that point, they were still making changes um, right up until patch day. So um, it's gonna take time while they adjust pricing. Um, I know one thing they do need to adjust pricing on is selling of like um, wooden parts, because let's face it, you can go chop some trees and make stupid money off the trees, and I mean stupid money. Yeah, um, Utterly's wife started it, and then Viking adopted it. I'm still trying to think of a twist on it for my channel because it is me. But yeah, pricing went down. So some of the pricing's a little wonky. Uh, the diamonds and stuff like that now that you get, you can't process them to a completed product yet. But they added in the ore and the completed product already. So it's like, why did you go that route when you can't process them yet? Just leave them alone until the ore's done. So there's a couple of them that I kind of sit back and like, doesn't make sense that you jump the gun on this, that, or the other thing. But I'm not the dev. I don't know all of what's going on in their heads. How much of this was to make room for stuff coming in the next update. How much of this is gonna get maybe updated in a patch this week or something like that. So there's a lot of things that obviously we're not privy to. We're not on the dev team. Um, so it's a wait and see approach. At the end of the day, I still enjoy the game very much. I'm gonna play the game. Um, and yeah, I mean nobody's perfect. Keeping in mind that Christian still I think works full time. So it's it's a great game. It's got a lot of promise, and I'm just gonna enjoy it while I can. I do know that Mr. Splitting 2 over on YouTube yesterday was showing off a few things on his stream with the decoration pack. That sly little dog him. And boy, no, that's Spange, not Splitting 2. They're Splitting 2. And let me tell you what, I'm pumped. Make sure you guys go give him a follow over on YouTube or subscribe. Sorry, because um, they don't follow over there; they subscribe. But during his stream yesterday, his live yesterday, he was showing off some stuff towards the end of his stream. Let me see if I can find it quick. Um, I actually want to try and replicate the design of this factory a little bit. From his season 3. Actually, no, this was during a showcase he did. So he's got his hoppers here. They go up, drop into another set of hoppers that run through sorters. The pay dirt actually gets kicked out to the side to make it look like an actual trommel setup with a wash plant, which then combines in and goes into a truck for him to haul to the plant. And then the top part gets sorted through a jaw crusher fractioner and then they get singled up jaw crusher fractioner into a truck. And I'm like, that's a pretty cool idea. I like that. It's a pretty cool design having this kick out like this. I never thought to do that. Um, so yeah, I might do something similar to this. But before that, a little ways. He's talking about doing a mega dam project Okay, it's in this area here. It was before this. Okay. This isn't out of ore. This isn't out of ore. We're getting water, chat. It's confirmed. Even if it's just a plane, we're getting water, chat. um, and then because he had a picture of that with the truck there. I haven't. I mean, obviously, I can't watch his whole VOD back. It's 10 hours. Um, but yeah, he sneaked a few things out yesterday. We're getting water. Woohoo! Now I can make lakes and ponds. Fuck yeah. So you just started to hear about the game and it's caught your interest some? It's really good, C Squad. It is. Yeah. Even, well, I know right now that the assets would allow for Christian to turn on that snow and rain and things like that would accumulate on the ground because of the asset pack that was used. Whether they turn that on now or wait until they go to Unreal 5, I don't know. My guess is they'll probably wait until Unreal 5 for that. I am a dwarf and a digging a hole. Diggy, diggy, hole. Diggy, diggy, hole. I am a dwarf and a digging a hole. Diggy, diggy, hole. Digging a hole. Martin Chev coming in with a diggy hole. How you doing this morning there, Martin? I hate that. Anyways, not so grumpy dwarf. Welcome in, buddy. How are you doing today? All right, that's not bad. We can work with that. I can use dirt balls to cover that area. We'll kind of dig this down some here. Nope, 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 nope. Too far, too far, too far. Just looking at getting this. It's pretty good, not so grumpy. I enjoy it a lot. It's nice, it's casual, it's relaxing. So I've been enjoying it quite a bit. Alright, I know I need to dig that area back a little ways. I want to go probably to about... Let's see. Join this pile, join this pile. Bloop, 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 bloop. You can go away. Alright, let's mark this out, chat. Thinking right in here. If you like simulators, grinding, and generally digging stuff, this is a good game. If one of those things you're not certain about, be more careful with getting it. Yeah, I can understand that. I mean, if one of those things, it doesn't necessarily thrill you, use caution. Depending on one's, budgetary constraints. At the end of the day, it's only $17 US. So even if it does become something you don't necessarily enjoy, Well, you can always refund it, but at the same time, too, um, you're not out a ton of money for, at $17. Hey, King Primal, welcome back. How you doing today? You have 117 hours right now, Crisis? Nice. Yeah, I'm approaching 200 right now myself. So, yeah, this is what I did to paint that road yesterday. It took a while, but this is how I painted that road in yesterday. I walked around doing this the whole time. Now, I'm painting over here. I don't know if I'm going to have concrete over this, or if I'm going to use the steel floor like I'm doing in the factory, and then only doing concrete for the boundaries. That's what I might choose to do, is concrete the boundaries and then just use steel for the flooring. Oh, we're getting rained on, chat. Alright, this towards the corner is going to have to be cut out, but for now we're going to just do one of these. So I know for sure. You can't make your own cement yet, Jaskar. The only way you can do it is to buy the cement, and it's $10,000 a stack. So it is expensive to buy the cement. Yeah, I mean, 143 hours. Most, especially casual players, aren't going to be anywhere near that. This is kind of an outline, not so grumpy. Some of it will be cut if it's going to interfere with the height of the ground. In some instances, like, I'll have to cut here because it goes uphill. But some of this I may just be able to put block in and bury it. Or cover over it without having to dig it out, necessarily. And clearly this pile's going to have to get dug out. And the lovely thing is, if I do end up digging this stuff back up, I'll get my dirt back. Now the question is, how far back are we going to bring the factory? I'm thinking coming way back here like this. Like where this tree is. Cut back to here. Stop the factory in this area here. Every now and then when I do it, if you look up too high, it drops the ball on the ground instead of just placing it directly on the ground. Just so weird. We'll do one of those numbers. But yeah, this is kind of an outline so I can keep track of where I want to go with this. Keyboard, mouse, steering wheel, and joystick. I'll probably have to use the pickaxe on some of this right along here. It will be multiplayer at some point this year. It is not multiplayer currently. Whoop, we gotta get fuel, chat. Back over to the fuel barrel. Now, before you think you need keyboard and mouse to dig on this game, you don't. You're very welcome. They're not so grumpy. Plenty of people get plenty good at digging with just their, with just the keyboard and mouse. Or sorry, before you think you need a joystick. Words are hard today. I just woke up. So you can get very good at digging with the keyboard and mouse. You can set all of the... You have options to basically set any key binding you want. So it's very easy to bind things how they work best for you. Yep, you can very easily use a controller. You can use joysticks. It's easy to set up for twin joystick. I I know some people that have the twin joysticks set up. They love it. I plan on getting a twin joystick set up as soon as taxes are have returned to us. That's one thing I'm upgrading this year. I just need to make a stand for my keyboard to go behind my steering wheel, so that when I have the steering wheel out, I can use the keyboard. And then otherwise, it's just a matter of doing a little cleanup on the desk area, and I'll be good to go. I don't know. It's gonna depend on if they're in stock and what their price is compared to the T16000s. I am looking at the Thrustmaster T16000s or the Farm Sticks. I think the Farm Sticks are going to end up being more, but it's going to be how much more. If it's close, if it's $20, $30, $40 difference, I'm going to go 2 Farm Sticks. If it's $100 difference, then I'm likely going to just stick with the standard T16000s. So that's one thing I'm not sure on yet, because right now I don't know the price of the Farm Sticks because they're out of stock. Got the HOTAS twin throttle from Logitech, as you also do flight sim. Yeah, I know that's pretty popular with the flight simmers. Me, I don't do flight sim, so the throttle stick doesn't really appeal to me. But having a twin joystick for logging, excavator work, stuff like that, that really is where I would be. So, yeah, I mean, the other thing about constantly making concrete, right now, we're not really into steady money. So, at least with the steel, it's coming from material I'm digging. And it'll allow me to save for a dump truck. Save for GPS potentially, which I may not get GPS, at least not until later on. But definitely we need a dump truck. We need a roller for smoothing the ground. Roller first, then dump truck. And if I'm constantly spending money on concrete right now, I'm not buying the roller. So that's one part of the equation right now I'm trying to debate. So I think what I'm going to do is just outline with the concrete and then use the steel. Do I have to sit down and actually hook it onto Farm Sim and out of war settings though? I already got one, and that does the job, especially I can combine it with the wheel you got. Yeah. Waiting for a sale to get a second joystick. Yeah. Realistically, right now, I could pull up all of this concrete and use it for putting in the edge of everything. It's just a matter of having the steel flooring, which I am producing as we go here. It's just, slow going. But I know I need to get into pay dirt and stuff to make money. Doing the steel mining helps me build the factory, but it doesn't get me progressing money-wise. And the factory can come together really quickly later as I'm processing more material with bigger equipment. So the equipment kind of is a higher priority right now than spending money on a ton of concrete. So I think the idea is going to be shift gears so the concrete becomes a, whoa, hey, hi. A border only. We'll plate the floor with the steel. But for the time being, I can pull this edge back with the concrete. Basically take it back to just being an edge. And then, it'll save me concrete until later on. I mean, later on, eventually you start to get millions and you wonder what to spend it on. So, there will come a point where I'll have tons of money to do whatever we want to do. And then, who knows? In the meantime, though, the name of the game is to make money. And most of the digging I've been doing is still in dirt. I haven't really gotten into the pay dirt. And then vice versa into the gravels that you guys want me in from being in bedrock.
And they call it a mine. A mine!
Hey there, Mr. Zodiac. How you doing today, buddy? Can I get a shout out from Mr. Zodiac, please? Thank you there, Not So Grumpy. Appreciate it, buddy. I hope they do make it soon so that you can use dirt and like gravel and maybe something else to make your own cement. I think that would be awesome. Instead of having to buy it. So I'm curious if that's going to come in a patch soon. But yeah, I can't wait to see what the next couple months are going to hold for this game. Now that the workbenches are out, they'll be adding the next generation vehicles, which are going to bring the detail to a whole nother level. We'll start having to worry about breakdowns and shit, which I think will add another, element to it. We'll be getting other kinds of trucking, multiplayer, which I'd love to do a playthrough with a no-buy rule. Well, you can't really do that right now, Zodiac, because there are a lot of things you can't make. Like, the trommels, the conveyors, the hoppers. That stuff you can't make. Will it come later? Possibly. But I'm doing as best as I can with that right now, as I'm only allowed to buy things I can't otherwise make. So I can't buy logs. I can't buy wood. I can't buy steel. Technically, the only concrete you can make is this style. So if I wanted to do this rough concrete look, I can't make that. So technically, I'd be allowed to buy it. But as you can see, it's fucking expensive. So it's well out of the price range right now. So, I'm kind of doing the best I can as far as, like, a no-buy rule would be. So, they make a pressure washer DLC, you buy it right away. Yeah. I know they do have on the store a decoration pack. It is going to come to the game at some point. And that's what Split was showing off a little bit was, with that water picture and the rocks being around it, the trees and stuff. You'll be able to place trees and rocks where you want to with the decoration pack. Among tons of other decorations, right? Safety cones and office furniture and all kinds of stuff. Hey there, Mr. Tatico. How you doing, buddy? Can I get Tatico a shout out as well, please? You're not too busy there, Mr. Not So Grumpy. So, it'll liven things up so much being able to have that. Washy $5. So, yeah, it's... Thank you there, Not So Grumpy. How you doing this morning there, Tatico? Well, for you, it's evening, but, how you doing today? How's that? You time traveler, you? Heading back from Sweden. Hell of a snowstorm here. Ah. What am I stuck on? Oh, really? Are you kidding me? Little tiny blurb underneath the wheel. Mr. Amethyst Neon coming in with a lurk. How you doing today, buddy? Appreciate the lurk. Good, gotta take the kids bowling. You'll be back later. Alright on, I'll have fun at bowling. Appreciate the lurk. We'll catch you later. You need any tips, let me know. I do own a bowling center. But this is true. Nope. Ah, no. He needs a nap. Whee! My wheel loader needed belly rubs. I hope the next gen equipment comes with hour meters. That'd be really cool. Eisenwolf, welcome in, buddy. Might have got to try. Came back to 30,000 logs. Cheating! Cheating! Ain't cheating if it's broken. Yeah, that little lump that I'm sitting on right there is going to need to come down too. Ugh, making a mess. Well, the dozer or the roller. At least the roller would smooth things out and allow me to work on a better surface. Right now, Stixers, we are working on digging out the what will be the pad where the trucks will pull up to offload. I want the pad to be big enough to pull up, swing around, and then back in. So I need to flatten this down a bit. We're going to carry the pad all the way out to there eventually. So that's kind of job number one of the day. We're going to get this kind of hogged out a little bit. It doesn't need to be decent underneath here. It's just going to get all covered over. But we'll dig it out. We'll cover it with the dirt texture so no rocks or bushes show up. And then once we're done this area, I'm going to work on the hillside, which that tree already came back. It's like it's timed now. I think they implemented something new with that. thinking about getting this game. Is it worth it? I honestly think so, Stixers. If you like digging and mining and moving dirt and all that, it's very much worth it. The new production update adds a whole new gameplay cycle that wasn't there before. There's a lot of good stuff on the horizon with multiplayer coming. Um, Decoration packs, or pack, I should say, not packs. Let me clarify. It's only a pack of decoration stuff coming somewhere down the line. Next generation vehicles that'll be a lot more detailed, have much better physics to them. So that'll be a really big change to it. So it'll be really good. Now, this is nothing like Satisfactory on a production level. You have to manually go over to each machine, move materials from machine to machine, and tell it to produce things. So it's definitely not going to be Satisfactory-esque. And I don't think I'd want it to be, given that it's a mining game first. Yes, also, like Tatico says, once the next generation vehicles come in, you'll have breakdowns start occurring. Tires popping and hydraulic hoses breaking and engines wearing out and needing to be rebuilt, stuff like that, which I think will be another, interesting gameplay mechanic. It'll add more to the gameplay loop. So, yeah. They did joke about adding something to make jewelry, because right now you get diamond ore and ruby ore with no way to currently refine it. Refinement is coming. No idea when. Just that it's coming. So that'll be on deck at some point in the future. Yeah, it's a really good game. I've got a couple hundred hours in it, and for the price, I mean, it's absolutely, in my opinion, worth it. I use keyboard, mouse, wheel, and joystick. I don't yet have a dual joystick setup like some people do, so that is in my future. People use controller for this game. It's pretty intuitive being able to map the keys. But you can make all kinds of different stuff. You can do tunnel boring equipment. You can do blasting. There's dozers and excavators and dump trucks. And some of this equipment gets very large in capacity. This is the smallest wheel loader in the game currently. So what I did was, there was a major patch that came out a couple days ago. I did a fresh start on the new map that just came out, with the goal of doing a hard mode playthrough. So no loans available to me, $100,000 to start the game, and I had to use the pickaxe to mine pay dirt for gold while I raised money for the first wheel loader. Once I got the wheel loader, which was yesterday's stream, I got the wheel loader and started working on getting to this area here. Yep. Yeah, I mean, by choice. Yeah, the hand tools are definitely worth it for the full hard mode playthrough, for sure. By the way, there are drones that you can get into that are set up to be able to do time-lapsing if you want. So you can bring this down to a second a frame, 1,000 frames. It'll export in 1080p. You can remotely trigger them, so you can set these things up to do time lapses and stuff like that. It's really pretty cool. So the little mine town that you start the game next to is actually way over here. And you start in a little pit right here. I've actually kind of carved certain sections of road out that goes all the way through here, down through here, all the way through here, through here to the plant. Because this valley is going to be my new strip mine. I'm going to start strip mining this. We're going to go down to bedrock and then into bedrock. So what I'll do is I'm going to take sections and we'll, oh, ad break. Ad break, chat. I'm going to get up, stretch. Want y'all to do the same. We're going to hold off on the ad while the ad break plays. This is true, Far Evil, but I'm still going to try and get in that habit. You can't stretch, you're in a moving car. You missed the ads. Well, there were a significant number of gifted subs yesterday, very thanks to Crisis and Mr. Big Vito. So, yeah, it's a good possibility that many people won't see those ads. But yeah, the drones are pretty cool. You can set multiple drones up to capture time lapses from multiple angles and stuff like that. Darius can do some advertising. I don't have any of my merch on. I don't like what the update is how hard it is to get wood. Takes forever. I mean, it does take a little bit of time, yeah. You should get more than two logs to a tree. I'd 100% agree with that. So some of it is a little, you know, like that one there should have given me 2 logs. The first one should have given me like 5 logs. So, yeah, I mean, so some of it could be a balance thing, Zodiac. Because right now they give kind of 1 to 3 range. And I think it should go like 1 to maybe 6 range. You know, give me a log for this. Give me 3 logs for that one. You know, 2 logs for that one there. This big guy here, give me like 6 logs, 8 logs. You diggy hole and cheaty, yeah. Then you could also do what Tatico did, and he set it so that the little flap on the joystick becomes your swing action. He dug out underneath the tree so that it would become a invincible tree, and then just sat there cutting the same tree down for an entire night. Cheating. Mr. Far Evil D with the kitty treats. Or to treat the animals, I should say. So let's get that done. Yes, Darius. If I've got these, that means you get yours. And you guys really like the new flavor that Mama got. Houston, have you been yet? Darius. Houston, come here. Buddy. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that, chat. Alright. Doing pretty good there, Ultra Woody. Doing pretty good. You loving the new update as well? That's awesome. Now you just need a paperweight on your mouse. Go fix some bowling pin setters and leave the game cutting. Yeah, there is a lot on the horizon, Ultra Woody, for sure. Which, you know, I mean, it just gives me hope that this game's going to become something really, really fantastic. I mean, he's already got such a solid base at this game that it's far and away better than a lot of the other simulators like this. So, yeah. Yes, that's correct, Game Room. Basically, if you want to get best pricing for things now, you have to, you have to actually put it into a storage and process it. If you're just selling the ore, you're not going to get near their pricing that you would get if you converted it to bars and sold it that way. But you're still welcome to sell it off. You're just not going to make the same amount of money. It's a give and take now. Do you want to do the production? Do you not? Do you just want to dig the dirt? I mean, it's up to you. Everybody's welcome to play how they want. It just gives people another option. See it, 4, maybe more people with the slow pickaxe. That would be kind of cool. So in order to remove the random rocks, do I have to use the jackhammer attachment? Sledge won't break it, neither will the bucket. The bucket will do the random rocks, Dragonfire. Sometimes you just gotta get them from the right angle or dig into the dirt a little bit next to it, and the bucket will take care of them. I mean, if you completely dig out underneath the thing and it's floating in the air, then nothing's going to take care of it. Unless you save and reload the game. Alright, if it's floating, then the only thing that's going to get it to go away is to save and reload. You can also use a dynamite stick on it before it becomes floating, and that'll make it go away too. Shove them into the ground. Yep. Now, I know yesterday during a split stream he was talking a little bit about how Christian is starting to push more towards multiplayer instead of other updates. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to be the next update, chat. This is speculation. But, yeah, dynamite. Right now, multiplayer currently exists for testing purposes. And it's causing a lot of back and forth work with patches to basically like remove certain functions, to add them back in, to do a lot of weird stuff. So he has talked apparently about pushing multiplayer further up the list so that you're not constantly having to switch back and forth between stuff. You know, your framework stays the same moving forward, so you just continue to develop instead of constantly going back and forth. Which, you know, I mean, it might mean multiplayer is sooner than later, but I mean, nobody has an exact timing on it. I don't even think Christian has an exact timing on it, and he's the dev, so take that with a grain of salt. Day this goes multiplayer, the sales on this game are going to skyrocket. Yes. Oh, absolutely. I mean, if Christian got $1 for every time somebody thought that was going to be the multiplayer patch, he'd be a millionaire, retired, and we wouldn't get any more of the game updates. I'm just kidding. I mean, keep in mind that this game came from somebody that used to be a farm sim modder and made himself a video game. It's pretty good considering, you know, he came from that farm sim background. Now, as far as modding goes, having been a farm sim modder, the reason he has not implemented modding yet is because he's constantly changing the framework of the game with patches, updates, things like that. So he doesn't want to add modding right now where it would constantly have to have mods updated every time he put out even so much as a hotfix, because it would break the mods. And, you know, having been through that with Giants, he doesn't want to put modders through it because, one, it would piss people off that play the game. Oh, you know, I'm used to using this mod, and then the following day there's a hot fix and the mod no longer works. That would get frustrating quick. You know, a modder having to update their mod every time there was even a tiny little hot fix would get old quick. So, it's good that he's waiting until the game is more stable, but he does have plans to put modding into the game. You want a wheelbarrow mod? Yeah. I want a wheelbarrow and a shovel so that I can shovel the dirt into the wheelbarrow, wheel it over to a tiny little wash plant, and run it through the wash plant. That'd be awesome. Awesome and hilarious all at the same time. ATS mods, they have to update every month or so. Yeah, it's... I mean, it gets frustrating for the modder, clearly, because they're having to constantly redo it. It gets frustrating for the community because all of their favorite mods are constantly breaking. You know, it's... It makes sense that he's waiting. But he does want to add modding. Because, I mean, he was a modder for Farm Sim. So, I mean, he gets it. He understands that people like to mod for games. So it's nice that, yeah, like you said, some game devs, Eisenwolf, are hostile to modders. They don't want their game modded at all. Other game devs are like, hey, here's the tools, go right at it. I mean, look at Satisfactory. The devs give the makers of the mod manager the game tools to make the mods. So that, I mean, they support modding. They're not always the fastest at getting updated tools out because of changes with the game and stuff like that. But they still support the modding community by giving them the tools to make the mods, which is nice. I mean, not all companies do that. I gotta clean up my mess from last night. There we go. We'll do some in-cab driving. Garden hose. Oh, and a bucket so you can run with water back and forth. Yeah. Well, I mean, if they're gonna start giving us the ability to put water in the game, because I mean, Split showed it off. I showed the the screenshots. He didn't show the actual, like, he showed some screenshots himself, not um necessarily playing with it in game, but he showed off screenshots of that very thing. Um, so we are getting water in some form. I don't know if it's going to be like a water plane you place down or if it's going to be blocks that will fill up. Who knows? But I think it's pretty cool. I'd like to see seasons come to the game, which I think they've mentioned coming at some point, would be seasons. That way, instead of getting rain and then 20 minutes later snow, it would be, springtime, summer, you get the rain, fall, winter, you'd get more of the snow chances and stuff. That would be kind of cool. And then seeing some of the trees, not all just be pines. I'd love to see some additional tree types. That way you could see, like, leaves changing colors and shit in the fall. Water table leaking into... That would be kind of cool, too. Water leaking into mines and stuff. Having to have pumps to pump the water out. That'd be kind of cool. Pumps with like, hard pipe that you could place along walls and stuff so that the water would pump out of the mine and then you could channel it away down into a valley or something like that. That'd be kind of cool. Or, you know, running an open pit mine and it starts raining, the bottom of your pit starts to fill up. So you have to pump it out, keep it dry so you can keep going down with the mine. That would be pretty cool. Alright. I'm going to get out the shovel, smack the ground a little bit. We need to figure out how far this is going to go. Let's grab the old sledgehammer here. I'm going to need the fast sledge eventually for removing this shit. But, you know, hey, for now, we'll just do it this way. What I need to do is know, okay, we've got 1, 2, 3. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're going to want the outside edge here. And the reason I do that is because we need this one to be on the outside edge. So hold on. We might go back a little bit further. Because it's going to be 2 blocks for that, but we need 3 for this one. So if I go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. So we can do a 2 extension and a 4 extension and have it right along this edge so it can go up into the back of the plant. It'll wash in the back of the plant and go into a storage container so that we can then have the processing in the front. So we'll put it right here on that edge. So clearly I need to dig that out some. Right there's our mark. So we need to dig this out a little bit more along there. Alright. Come on. Come on. I don't think... Yeah, I'm not deep enough to have gotten any actual, like, pay dirt in here, right? Nope, just dirt. And coal. Just dirt, and some coal. We need to start getting into pay dirt so I can start getting some gold. You really like that song, Dragonfire? Nice. It is catchy. And I tend to do a lot of diggy hole in all the games I play, so it fits. It's weird, every time I'm backing up or something like that, I'll get the exhaust through the cab at points. Always throws me for a loop. Alright, let's go check on our stuff over here. Alright, so we got some steel. Chewing through that. We'll grab the coal we have. This is actually going to turn like here and go out that way. Oh, she's really raining now. Be cool if this turned into a muddy, wet mess like SnowRunner, too. Like, oh, it's raining today. Guess I'm not gonna be working in the mine right now. Come on. Season 12? Nope. I stopped paying attention after, like, Season 2. Follow you while in the... No, unfortunately not, Dragonfire. The Tunneler is one of those ones that's just really difficult to use right now, without multiplayer. That's why most people will run conveyors on the floor, so they can drive over the conveyors and let the conveyors pick up the material behind them. Holy shit, Mr. Scurvy, I am coming in with a 37-month resub. On a 37-month streak. God damn it, sir. Thank you very much for that support. I think you're number 1, if not number 2, for consecutive subs there, Mr. Scurvy. Welcome in. How you doing? Make sure I get a shout out for Mr. Scurvy if anybody's available. Must have hit the wrong button somewhere. Yeah, that's all I can think of. That or you've lost your mind. No, Zodiac. He basically subbed the moment I became an affiliate. That is true. You can't lose something you never had. That's why he's got the little founder badge. No, no, no. I got partner during the marathon stream. I got affiliate back in 2020, November of 2020. Well, technically, I think it was like December 2nd or something like that. Yeah, I got partner during that. Sanity's overrated. Exactly. Mr. Cope TV coming in with a shout out for Mr. Scurvy. How you doing there, Mr. Cope? And thank you, Mr. Big Daddy. Welcome in there, buddy. Thank you, Scurvy, for the shout out for them. Make sure, could somebody get Mr. Cope TV Gaming a shout out as well, please? Sim Game Matt, how you doing? Yeah, well, it's looking like a mess right now, Matt, but it will look like something good when I'm done. Now next level is Partner Plus. Yeah, I doubt that's going to happen for a long time, Game Room. In order for me to hit Partner Plus, which is changing slightly starting in this month, actually. They start... No, there's now a... holy crap, a hype train just kicked off. What in the heck? Oh, Don B here coming in with a Prime. Oh, converting his Prime sub to a Tier 1 sub. Kicking off a hype train. That's 2 days in a row with a hype train. Holy shit. You guys are crazy. It does take a while, Cope. It does. Martin Chev coming in with 5 bits. Jaskar with another 100 bits. Thank you very much, both of you, for the support. Well, I would say my in-laws are here. Give me 1 second, chat. I hate to do this during a hype train, but I need to go make sure the kids get out the door real quick. Why are you putting on those? Put on your regular shoes. Mama Bear Olson, thank you for the 100 bits. I do greatly appreciate that. How are you doing? I know you and what are you both you and Tatico driving currently, or is it just him? MacGyver coming in with 10 gifted Tier 1 subs. Thank you very much, MacGyver, for the gifted subs to the channel. Redneck Chewy, Cape Cod Driver, Sharky, Aichiara, Dio Double G, Merlin Panther, Lord Faulty, Professor Wolin, Spanky V2, and the J Druck. You're receiving subs from Mr. MacGyver there, getting us up to a level 4 hype train at 30%. All for the diggy diggy hole. Oh, that's what it is? I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Diggy, diggy hole. Diggy, diggy hole. I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Diggy, diggy hole. Digging a hole. Hercules Gaming 21, thank you very much for the follow. Ah, so you're at home and Tadic goes off on his own. Gotcha, I see how it is. Martin Chev coming in with a Tier 1 sub, 17 months now. Thank you very much, Martin, for that. This first person is crazy. Yep. But yeah, there are many non-subscribers left to the channel there, Zodiac. Many. Um, Now, going back to the Partner Plus conversation a moment ago, before the hype train kicked off, the way the Partner Plus works is it used to be 300 sub points from non-gifted subs. Actually, it was 350. Now it's going down to 300 for the 70/30 tier. But there's a lower tier coming in, a 60/40 tier, but that still requires 100 sub points from non-gifted subs. Which is why I say it's probably not going to happen for a very, very long time. Just because the number of non-gifted subs and sub points from the channel has been consistently around like 30-ish. Now, it's 1 point for a tier 1 sub. Prime subs don't count, by the way. 1 point for a tier 1, 2 for a tier 2, 6 for a tier 3 sub, which I can't understand why anybody would want to use a tier 3 sub, because I don't offer any extra content. But, you know, I mean, to each their own. I won't begrudge anybody. So it's 100 points combined to get to the 60/40 split from the partner program, the Partner Plus tier 2 or whatever it is, tier 1. I don't know how they did it. Uncle Henry coming in, dropping a base. How you doing there, Mr. Uncle Henry? Can I get a shout out for Uncle Henry? Somebody, please. How you been? Level 4 hype train, 52%, 1 minute and 2 seconds remaining. Crazy. 2 days in a row with a hype train. I'm surprised. I'm shocked. Doing good? Good to hear there, Uncle Henry. Good to hear. How'd you do on your poker thing last night? I ended up lurking and passing out. I myself, I'm doing pretty good. We're just doing a diggy hole. Thank you, Cope TV. Uncle Henry coming in with a tier 1 sub, bringing us to There's the mine sound effect. Yep. Yep. Well, they need to actually go on sale first, Zodiac. Thank you for the hydrate there, Farmer Marks. Yeah, those farm sticks are still out of stock, so. Alright. Looks like we're going to end at a level 5 with 3%. Thank you very much all for the support. Did contact Thrustmaster, and there's a delay. They said it will be after the 20th this month. Alright, well. I'm waiting, you know, I'm gonna have to wait for, you know, payouts and stuff anyway, so. We'll see what the pricing looks like then. Hype train complete at level 5, 4%. 14 total subs and 905 bits. Thank you very much for that support, everybody. Choo-choo. All temporary stuff. Slap that shovel. Slap it. Slap it. Slappity slap. Schmack. Schmack. Beat that dirt into submission. Where's Michael Jackson's Beat It? Beat it. Beat it. Slap. 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 Alright, and I screwed up over here, chat. What I need to do is start further up the hill, not digging in right here like an idiot. And that's going to have to dig further back, too, so I can put a retaining wall around everything. I wonder if I can make a small ramp right here. I can pick up this material right here, get the shovel out, I can smooth that out, get a ramp started, and then be able to drive down via the ramp around the side of it. And we'll start cutting the top of the hill and work our way down as we go. We'll definitely get into some pay dirt doing that, which will be helpful. It'll get me some gold and stuff like that to be able to run. There we go, there's that. Let me get the shovel. I'll park up over here. The shovel out. Get the shovel out. We'll smooth this area up a little bit so I can traverse it. Not the most efficient way to do this, but it'll work for the time being. Till I can afford a better tool to do this with. There we go. That should do the trick. Alright, I think I want to pull the retaining wall back into this area here. And we're going to try and curve it. You need to go, you need to go. You'll have to go. You'll have to go. Like that. Once multiplayer is game will be a major jump in viewership and purchase. I'm sure it will, yeah. It already does really good viewership numbers. So that's a really nice benefit. It already does really good viewership numbers. You guys apparently really like this content, so I will do my best to keep it up. Oh, hey, this big fucking lump there. Yep, I will be mixing in some Empyreon starting next week there, Zodiac. In what, 3 days it releases? G-Portal has a change on release day. Nice. Yeah, I have an idea for how I want to try and do this. Whether it's going to work or not, it's going to be a different story. Keep it up, the mixed content. Oh yeah, I'm not going to abandon anything right now. Granted, Pal World has slipped out some Satisfactory. I need to get back into some stuff like that. But yeah, I do plan to keep up the mixed content. Because what I'd like to do... Do I go all the way back to the road? No. We'll do straight. And then I want to try and like 45. Like this. Yeah, that's a pretty nice video. Next update's gonna be 1.0. I kind of had a theory that they might have skipped update 9. I think I had commented on that at some point, that like they might skip 9 and go straight to 1.0, given that they had originally said update 9 would be a multiplayer update, but then they put a lot of that stuff into update 8. So, like, you know, what are they really going to put into Update 9? But I had always anticipated if they did an Update 9, it would have been a much smaller update than something like Update 8 or 7. You know, those ones had much bigger changes to the game. Yep. Lasers. Did we mention lasers? Lasers making lasers. As soon as I saw 3 more pins on there, I'm like, alright, this part has to be trollish. And then he starts in with, we're going to give guns and lasers. Alright, he's trolling. As soon as he said that, I'm like, yeah, he's trolling. She's bumpy, chat. She's bumpy. I'd love to see where, like, yeah, it's bumpy and lumpy. Great. I don't mind that. I get it. But the more you drive over it, the smoother it gets. I think would be kind of cool. Have it so that, you know, if you're driving on grass constantly, it starts to wear dirt tracks into the grass. Guns on the machine factories and the doggos, you know it's a troll then, yeah. Doggos with guns! Alright, he's trolling. Come on, get up the hill. You can do it. He's doing pretty good. He actually brought me a purple slug the other day. Yep. Yeah, I figured I'd do it the next time down. I was already halfway up the hill. I wasn't about to turn around halfway up. I figured I've got plenty of fuel to... I could probably make a couple more scoops before I run out completely. Come on. Aha! So, in other good news, I am now 7 pounds down as part of my, New Year's resolution to try and lose some weight. And I'm bordering on going under 260 for the first time in 2 years. Cut out sugared sodas. I've been doing the fasting diet, and it's working. Think meat sauce garlic bread isn't helping though, but it's so tasty. That's where the fasting diet comes in, though, Zodiac. I only eat supper every day. So it cuts my calories way down. And because my caloric intake comes down, it helps, reduce weight significantly. Well, that's just it. Like, I know I'm not very active. It's impossible for me to be very active. It hurts too damn much. So if I cut down my calories by keeping my portions smaller and eating fewer meals, you lose weight. I don't know exactly where the Oh, we got an ad break, chat. We got an ad break. Get up, stretch. Get up, stretch. Exactly, Don B. Burn more than you take in. Problem solved. Crisis coming in with another gifted sub, this time to Mr. CJ. And thank you, Farmer Marks, for the drop of the base. to double check which Discord I was in.
This Discord, you fool.
Yeah, apparently. Oh, you're really loud today for some reason. Did you change your mic over? Or did I turn you up for some reason? Oh, I had you turned way up. I didn't do it. You were really quiet the other day, so you've once again succeeded in trolling someone into blowing their eardrums out.
Good. That's what I'm here for.
That's scary, everybody. He'll be really quiet for a couple days. I'll turn him to 200%, then he'll come in and blow everybody's eardrums out.
Surprise! Like
Yep.
the Spanish Inquisition. Nobody ever suspects.
That's right. Get them when they least suspect it. How you doing today, Mr. Scurvy?
Oh, hanging in there. How you doing there, bud?
Pretty good. Pretty good. This mod does not have any games yet, Not So Grumpy. Modding will come later, but right now they've been making too many major changes to the framework of the game, so they don't want to put mods in yet where they'd have to be updated like every other day because they break. So he's going to wait and implement them until the game is more stable.
And that's how we get Dave in Channel 2. We just leave him all by himself. It's so lonely down there. Well, it's
Well,
not my fault Fumman's left yet.
I was going to say, I saw Fummins, but I figured he probably AFK'd like he does.
No, he actually had to go.
Ah, did he?
Yeah.
No, I didn't get a chance to hang out with Fummins.
Well, you know.
Yeah, it is.
It is what it is. I know.
Where you can see that. That's not a mod, Grumpy. That is the GPS unit that you can put on the equipment. It unlocks at level 12. It's 65 grand. You buy it under the lights section of the store. When you come in here, you go to equipment, lights, buy this GPS unit right here, and it'll give you all that information. Yeah, we're gonna just start cutting this hillside down here and... Whoa, hey. Yeah, no, definitely not the first thing you buy doing a hardcore survival run. Money is not easy to come by. But I don't have any loans to pay, so the money I have tends to stay my money. Speaking of which, let's go check on the box here. Oh, when did we get iron and aluminum? Gotta pick those up. I don't know.
So what's new in the game? I saw patch notes briefly, but I haven't explored.
So, workbenches, as you can see.
Yep.
So now I can bring my logs over, turn them into wood beams and stuff like that. We can make wood products, make watchtowers. There are quests. I did the Firewatch quest line. So at some point I'll move on to the Valhalla calling quest line, but that's not until I can manufacture electronic parts and stuff like that, which is going to come quite a bit later. But yeah, it's pretty cool. You also get one where you end up building a radio antenna. You build cell towers. You've got things like the smelters here. So I've got a bunch of steel I just smelted. Or iron I smelted, so let's make it into steel. You can make aluminum, lithium ingots, so on. You can take the steel, roll it into plates and beams, steel rods and stuff like that. Then you can bring that material over to the steel cutter and make staircases and floors and stuff instead of having to buy them.
Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah, loans in this game are brutal. You're not wrong, Zodiac. Loans can be pretty brutal in this game. Because they charge you interest by the in-game minute. Which can get pretty harsh. But you have things like the smelter, the steel roller. I've got the CNC work, or the this is the plasma table, I think. Buildings, workbenches. It's a CNC cutter. Sorry. You have the CNC mill, the steel press, so you can do those. You've got a concrete mixer. You have small wash plants, oil derricks. Speaking of which, I need to look at the oil derrick. Okay, I got water in here. I got plenty of water right now, but I haven't been buying any cement for the concrete mixer right now because I don't want to spend the money on it. Gimme. You can also, hey there, FPS nerds, Silver Architect, by the way. How are you doing? Welcome in, guys. You now can also walk around and hold on to, like, dirt in your hand. So you know, dirt or whatever, whatever material. You could use copper ore or any ore, really. And you can walk around and paint the ground now. If you want to stop trees and stuff from respawning or paint roads, you can put the material on your hand and just walk around and paint.
Cool.
Which is a neat little addition.
Yep.
You can use wood instead of concrete. It's only visual, so you can do a no-buy run. Yeah. That's one way to do it. I just want to do the steel and concrete so I can paint it later. Yeah, you also don't have staircases in wood. And without using concrete, you can't do the 4-part ramps.
Now, can you build the conveyor systems too, or do you still have to purchase those?
You still have to purchase those. Okay. It may come later on.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, for the time being, you still gotta purchase them. Come on. Once in a while, this thing will go up the hill, no problem. Other times, it struggles to climb this hill. Oh, there we go. We're gonna get a... Oh, that's right. This is an iron vein, isn't it? We're gonna get a little bit of that iron vein on the backside of the hill there. Wooden stairs to your house, vigorously disagrees. I didn't think the wood doesn't have a staircase, does it? Much as the roller you want to get? About $130,000. The only ore I'm allowed to sell would be diamond, ruby, and coal because you can't produce them directly into another product. But I don't sell coal right now. I've been using it for making steel. And thus, the only products I've been selling have been like lithium, aluminum that I've been getting from the iron bits. And I have been making some of the wooden cribbing, the wooden blocks, and selling that. But the price you get for it is so crazy. It's like I don't feel right doing it. Is it how much you get per block? Burning coal can't operate in the EU. Need to melt iron using batteries, yeah. How do you charge the batteries? With a coal plant? Sometimes it just makes you wonder. You know what I mean? You kind of sit back and chuckle and go like, y'all realize you don't make sense, right? I gotta get that edge and start cutting it down. I'll just cut across. Save it for the next bench. Charge them with wind and solar, yeah. But it's been cloudy with no wind for 3 days. How do we operate the plant? Yeah. Now, hydro is one good source that is, truly renewable. There's actually some systems I've seen that are pretty ingenious with hydro, in regards to hydro anyway, where they have basically an upper and a lower pond. So during the day, yeah, an upper and a lower reservoir.
Yep, I tried that. That was really neat to see when I was a kid.
Yeah, during the day, when they need power, they flow from the upper reservoir into the lower reservoir. And at night, when they don't need as much power, they use pumps to push the water back up to the upper reservoir.
Yep.
You're not wrong. I mean, everyone gets all poo-poo about nuclear, but honestly, it's not like it was back in the 60s and 70s when we had, no storage solutions and this and that, risk of 3 Mile Island and Chernobyl and all that shit.
Yeah.
The stuff's come a long ways. It's not, it's not like that. Nuclear is the way to go, in my personal opinion. But, especially here in America, everybody's been taught nuclear bad, nuclear disasters and cancers and radiation and nuclear bad.
And what's Germany putting up for power plants right now? That's right.
Yeah.
Nuclear.
France.
So it's coming back. It's a stage. I mean, they were the first ones to go all green. They'll do solar panels, they'll do wind farms. Well, those ain't working out as well as they thought they would, and they're having to go back.
Well, yeah.
So the United States will in the next 20 years. You watch. So.
Well, the funny thing is Germany went like full green with everything, and now they've opened up 3 new coal mines for anthracite coal, and they're opening more coal power plants back up. Yeah. But I thought you guys were going green. Yeah, I mean, it's possible in the scope of things, but honestly, with Fukushima, that was, I mean, it's a freak thing. What do? Freaking tsunami. Earthquake and a tsunami. There's not much you can control about that, but you can do better about where you place the nuclear plants and how to protect them.
Yep.
So, oh no, yeah, no, exactly. Japan did a good job in mitigating a lot of that. It's don't get me wrong, they did a pretty good job in mitigating that one. I turned the lights on thinking it was getting nighttime. Nope, it was just cloudy. Well, yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm getting at. Maybe not build a nuclear reactor on the coast in an earthquake hotspot where tsunamis are not all uncommon. Maybe put them on the other side of the island where the tsunamis are less likely to hit. So, Dave, when are nuclear reactors coming to Canyon Crossing?
Not soon. Don't need them.
Don't need them, but what if we want them?
You gotta make it. You make the model.
The coal plant with the cooling towers isn't far off.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I have too much electricity without that plant. Just from
Yeah.
the bioelectric. Oh, speaking of which.
Yeah, I hadn't really been running those as much lately. Yeah, the fusion reactors and stuff like that. It'll be interesting. Exactly like MacGyver said, though. Eventually, like, coal and oil will start to dry up, so to speak. Hey, Jers. But, hopefully before long, people will realize the folly of some of these things. The small modular reactors, yep. I've seen stuff on those, Hectate. That's actually pretty cool. You bought the game, Stixers? Nice. I have been very busy, Jers. Welcome in. How you doing today? Come on, Rock. There it goes. Damn. I made a mess of that. Now there's a big frickin' lump on that edge. So, Scurvy, did World of Warcraft get that update or whatever it was that you were waiting on?
What, 10.2.5?
Yeah, or
Yeah,
whatever
that
it
came
was.
out. Yeah, that came out a few weeks ago.
Alright. How you liking that?
Really good.
Right now, no game room, you can't. Yeah. Yeah, that build requires a significant amount of power to complete their MacGyver. Still gonna go back and work on that side at some point. The giant nuclear build that I'm doing in frickin' Satisfactory. You getting a lot from dirt? I wonder if I should... I should do that. Someone else was saying they were getting it too. You know what? We're gonna have to go. Do another right and up. Wash plant, yeah. Alright, we're gonna make a change here, chat. Curious about something, because somebody else had said something yesterday as well. Alright, we are gonna sell off those. Probably the last chunk of those I sell. Just because it doesn't feel right making those and selling them. They sell way too high price. Playing on the quarry map, lots of dirt. Dirt or pay dirt? That's the question. Oh, not down. Oh. Love for this game to have mirrors in our equipment. There very well could be mirrors coming, Red Swamp, in the next gen vehicles, but I'm not sure on that. It's in the rock, but oh well. For now, it works. Come on. There we go. Because, I mean, there are mirrors on the vehicles, but keep in mind, a lot of these vehicles were fairly, I'll call them low poly assets. The next gen vehicles are going to have much different physics, much higher detail. So there very well could be working mirrors. I don't know whether there are or not. But yeah, rudimentary is a good way to put it. And by the way, welcome into the channel there, Red Swamp Fox. Alright, we still got quite a bit more to cut out of here, but I think I'm wandering uphill at the moment. Which is going to be bad. Do. Buy a couple stacks of that so we can make a few more concrete blocks. We'll save the rest of the money for now. There. Materials, wood. Alright. That I'll allow. Wish you could save the build mode you were using last. Yeah, that'd be kind of nice. Alright, so that was just dirt there. Ah! I missed. Damn it! Son of a... Where the shit did you guys come from? Yeah, I think he made a change and they come back on a timer now. Because those weren't there 5 minutes ago. 2 minutes ago, even. Yeah, we definitely wandered uphill. Yep. That's what I'm working on right now, Red Swamp. Working on getting the soil stripped. I gotta get this hillside cut down to the height of the factory, though, so... a lot of work there to be done. Yeah, first order of business is we're going to clear out the material for the factory. I want the factory to come back to this dirt outline, so I'm cutting a little bit to have a retaining wall behind the edge of the factory. How many hours into the update am I? About 30 or so. Yeah, I put a fair few hours into the game, so. So, that retaining wall will eventually come from purchased concrete unless it gets added that we can make the rough concrete look. Because I want to do rough concrete chamfered block for that wall. It makes for a really good looking like retaining wall. So I'm gonna do that out of the rough chamfered, which means I will have to buy those blocks. And thus it won't come until much later on when I start to become flush with money. But what I'll do is I'll take some of the regular concrete blocks and I'll kind of dot them in where the wall will be as placeholders. That way I know I'm keeping a fairly straight line with it. Like right here, you can see it wandered way back. You know, provided I can keep a flat level surface. Can't put like steel bars that let material through the top of hoppers. Yeah, that'd be an interesting mechanic, having like steel grates. But oh, I'm definitely more precise with the pickaxe, MacGyver. But this would take a very, very long time with the pickaxe. Between the pickaxe and the shovel, you can do a pretty good job, Zodiac. My goal is to do a straight wall across the back. Maybe eventually, when I do it, I'll do like a stepped wall. So like maybe the wall will start here and then it'll step up again every 10 blocks high or something. So once let me check on these and lithium dirt. So nothing else other than that. Do. I said make wood beams. Jupiter moon flyby, nice. Nope, that don't work. Right there. Bingo. Kinda. Close enough, especially once I get the chamfered blocks. So then we would do something along here like this. And then in here, we would go back to... Come on, just a touch more. There we go. Nope, that's not even in the right spot either. I'll get this closer later, but... Yeah, that'll work. Something like that. Save some blocks. We'll do something like that. I'll mess with it so it lines up better. But we'll kind of have the 45 there. No, well, yes. Yes, there is not so grumpy. If you go into your map, go to weather. You can set your day length and your night length. So you can have your day length pass at a certain rate, your night length pass at a certain rate. You can also, if you want to, just go, okay, I want it to be 7 a.m. again. But the workbenches are the way they are. They're going to take however long they're going to take. As, like Zodiac just said. I think we're going to go to here before we do our 45 deal. Something like that. Then that'll go straight down. Actually, I should probably carry this further and do a retaining wall like here. Yeah, I'll do something like that. Actually, that one won't work. I mean, I can adjust angles and stuff like that later. But I think we'll go right here, and then I'll have room for a couple of oil derrick pads right there. So that's a rough estimate of where we're going to cut. And I'm going to take this ridge right here off completely. Once we get over on this side, I'm going to take this ridge right off. Oh yeah, I say give it time. I know they're planning on adding more. I think it was even mentioned by Christian in the Discord at some point. I think. Yeah, these things are on a timer now. They have to be. They're coming back too free. I mean, normally they only came back before during your reloads. All right. I am going to get rid of this second workbench. Or is it? Oh, there it is. Get rid of that second one of those. There we go. We got a fair amount of those. All right. Let's get back at it. Now that I have a guide for where I should be digging. A rough guide, anyway. I made a big hash out of that. Holy cow. I think the bucket's... Sometimes it's weird. The bucket acts like it's full because it doesn't seem to fill up even though you're taking material away. It's really weird. I actually kind of like driving in cab with this. With the different vehicles, if I can. Sometimes, like Swamp had said that, you know, it'd be nice if you had mirrors to be able to back up a little bit better, but ow. I need to start doing something with dirt other than putting it into storage. Come on, back here. So you in some World of Warcraft today, Scurvy? Or are you doing something else? I figured Dave's in Farm Sim right now. Or modding.
Apparently he's sleeping.
That could be.
Yeah, I'm doing getting an update ready for tonight.
Oh, it's in tonight's update.
Oh, fix the animal system so everything works properly again. And we got
Isn't this like the
farm-
5th time you've done that?
Yeah, well, you know, it's at least that much. They updated it again,
Ah.
so I've got it working. Everything working there, and we got a new farm storage building. The red barn that was in last year, or 19, I should say. that we had
Okay.
On the farms. Textile
Mm,
factory now creates bale net and bale twine,
Red Barn, Red Barn.
amongst some other
I'm
things.
trying to remember the Red Barn.
It was for all the animal foods.
Oh, yeah,
Like
yeah,
the
yeah,
Brown
yeah, yeah.
Bag.
Yep.
I'm waiting for my lunch. I ordered Arby's.
I see Boom's been playing,
Pure farming again. a
Pure
little bit.
Farming or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know how much he's into it, but it was showing some people what some of the things that has, like the airport, how you travel. Can travel to another map with your stuff. T Giants needs to do something like that.
Yeah, I think at this point, their engine and code is limiting a lot of the things they can do.
That's why I think that right there, though, would solve a lot of problems. You wouldn't need bigger maps if you could travel between them. You know?
Yeah. Yep.
Who knows?
Well, even doing something like what Out of War just did with making a company system. So okay, I can at least take money back and forth with me.
Yep.
You know, I have a profile that I can upload money from one map and bring it directly to another map.
Mm-hmm. I think the only thing they need to do is figure out how to get it on multiple cores, which I think
Well, I mean
I know
that would alleviate a ton of issues, obviously.
with my research that I did this past week, Lua language is the problem, really. It's a
Well, and that's why I said their
it
code
was
and engine is
designed
what's limiting.
originally as a single thread, and then a lot of developers have figured out how to do it multi-thread, including Giants. But multi-core is another
Another animal.
issue altogether. Now, but when I was researching, there was 2 people that actually have made it so it was multiple core usage. One of them is not very efficient and it has some issues. The other one was the Roblox developer. And what I find interesting is the guy that wrote this Learn Lua book that I got,
Yeah.
he's a very successful Roblox developer. So maybe Giants did go out and get the right people that can do it. That would be a breakthrough.
Yeah, well, yeah, it'd be a major breakthrough. But I mean, didn't they say there'd be an announcement in the springtime with, stuff, and there's still no announcement?
They didn't say when, and it's not spring yet. It's still winter.
I call it spring.
I
It's
think-
after Christmas.
Yeah, well, spring is actually not until it's still snow on the ground. No,
Yeah. Well, I
No, I
think
think-
at this point, the longer they take to announce something, it. See, originally I thought they'd just go with a season 3.
right.
You know,
I don't think
and,
so. I
and,
think-
and milk things. But the longer it takes for them to make their
think
announcement, the more I think it's going to be Farm Sim 25.
Virtual Farmer thinks it's going to be 25, and he said their normal schedule is February, March. They'll make an announcement.
Well, that's why I said the later it goes, I think the more likely that is the case. Rather than just another season pass, because they'd have probably
Right.
announced that after Christmas time.
Right. They might have another DLC or so coming in between.
Yeah, filler content to keep people interested, but it won't be a full season pass type deal.
Right. And the first week of July is FarmCon, so whatever. They're going to want to build up some hype before then.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's hard to say. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I enjoy farming, but it's rough when the things I enjoy most tend to like do in the engine and make the game run like shit.
Right. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I hope one of the two either let us connect maps together so you can bring stuff back and forth, or give us more cores. Either one would solve a lot of, we could do smaller
Yeah.
maps and like stitch them together. You know what I mean?
How's it going there, Butts 69?
Wouldn't it be cool too if they had like specific biome maps you could set biome settings? So
Yeah.
therefore, if you made a map, you don't have to include all the base crops and all the, you could break them up a little bit.
Yeah.
You could.
Yeah, it'd be cool if you had a travel system a la SnowRunner. Get to the edge at a certain point on a road,
Right.
and it would let you travel to the next map, and then it would load that one in. But
Yep. That would be cool.
how do you get that loaded into the system properly without having a huge overall map file?
You allow other maps in your map folder to be recognized, and you use
Well,
an airport
yeah, I
like
mean
you do in
that's
pure
one
farming.
way, yeah. An airport, or
farming.
like I said,
Right.
be able to travel to the edge of a road.
Mm-hmm.
It'd
Like
be the
it-
same idea.
Yeah, and then you use it to transfer whatever stuff you wanted. Well, see, an airport works good because you can bring multiple pieces of equipment at once, rather than just driving your
Yeah,
whatever vehicle you have through, and then
yeah.
bring it all
Give
over
a
to
give
the-
a menu, and you can check off this.
Yep, exactly. Or actually, a parking lot that you just park everything in that you want to bring.
That too.
You could do it if that way, and then go over to the ticket agent and realize how much it's going to cost for you to travel to there, pay the fee, and then you are in an airport on the other map that you went to, ready to pick up the stuff. That's the way I would do it. I think it would work really well.
Yeah,
And
and
you
then
could actually-
have the airport act like the farm the farm store where it just lines everything up out front.
Yep, exactly.
No. Yapped right through that ad break.
That would be kind of fun because then I could work on smaller sizes, maybe 4X's, and then when one's done, doesn't mean it's,
Yeah,
work on
because
another-
you can always tie in another one later.
tie in additional ones that people can add on. That would be an interesting way. And it would reduce the problem of engine performance,
Yeah.
But multiple cores would be nice too.
Yeah, I would expect that they may solve the core issue before they'd do the other part.
I think I think that there's hope for that. I do. Well, let's face it. They do have a high focus on trying to increase performance. They've gone through redoing their Lua back in 17, and in 19 they redid their XML files to make them run smoother, and then in 22 they did
Yeah.
some graphics. They did the occlusion culling and the texture streaming. So what do they got left to try to tweak to make better? You know, just got to get
Yeah.
that. Use
But
more of the processor if people have it, and problem
the
solved.
the other thing, like NBC has said many times, doesn't really affect their maps though.
It doesn't, but it
So-
will. See, they have every time they add new stuff to this game, whether it be irrigation, and now they have a whole new layer system that has to be calculated. The processor becomes the problem. It becomes
It's
enough of a
more
issue.
processes to calculate, but on their base maps, if you play base farm sim, doesn't really bother the performance on those maps.
Right.
As you know, it takes a bigger map or a lot of stuff on the map to start to bother it, and you can only
But
get
it
so much on a
would-
regular sized map.
It would if they didn't keep advancing it. That's what I'm saying. For instance, they had to bring out that Go Wheel pack, and they knew that they couldn't have all those bales on the map and pallets with the production. Invented. They added the storage unit so the consoles could take stuff off the maps because it wouldn't have worked any other way. So they do find ways around, having. See, it was the carrots and stuff too. You can't have all those pallets on the map on the consoles if they didn't come out with that storage to store them. You know what I mean? Because they're limited, very limited to how many they can have. So
Yeah,
They have to-
Consoles
they
are
do
always
have
the
to-
limiting factor.
consoles are a limiting factor, which makes them keep pushing the engine a little bit more. But we'll have to see. Yeah, our maps definitely take a lot. But I just go back through time. I couldn't even do a 16x map in 13 without dropping to 5 frames a second when the crops updated.
Yeah.
And it had to be flat. Then even in county, I still get better frame rates by far because of the texture streaming, and we didn't have to do this texture library this time around. I gotta go outside and get my order.
Yep.
I'll be back.
Alright, we're making some progress. We're getting a little bit deeper over there. I think given how screwed up it is, I'm gonna start a little bit lower of a cut here to try and flatten things out so I can keep flatter going across, because I made a big boo-boo in the middle there, didn't I? Come on. There we go. Come on. Fill the bucket. Good enough, I guess. Yeah, I think if I get to that height, it'll straighten out a lot of the stuff across the backside there. It'll let me cut more material. Be really nice to have a dump truck right now. Alright there, Jers. Appreciate the lurk while you do some playing of Out of Ore on your own. Or I should say, while you do some playing of Out of Ore. Get Beyonce to help? Yeah. Not likely. She's got a dump truck. Wrong kind of dump truck. There we go. Yeah, if I can keep a decently smooth height at that point, I think that'll make for a good cut. Whoa, hey.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yep.
Been using the
There's no
dozer,
doubt.
starting to like it. Nice.
There's no doubt in my mind that they'll add some stuff that'll make the game better. But I want to see them do something that makes it different than we've been doing for the past, people like me, for the past 10 years. So
Yeah.
you don't get the, because eventually those new features wear out and you're on to doing other stuff. But if they could add some type of campaign modes or different things to make it, keep it interesting longer,
Yeah.
you know? Not to feel
Yes, I've seen Uncle Henry. Yes, I've seen Sunken Land, Uncle Henry. And if it weren't for the fact I was given the key by key mailer, I'd have refunded it. I did not like it at all.
Play. I love
Those
it.
are a lot of fun if you have dual joysticks. Yeah, I don't have a second joystick yet. But
Don't like
I do
Sunken
want to
Land.
try and get better at the dozer and stuff like that.
I think Sunken Land is awesome.
Yeah,
I mean-
I couldn't get into it.
They made a lot of good changes to it, though.
I still couldn't get into it because I played it just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, well, they just updated yesterday, but with more
It-
building parts and a whole bunch of stuff. New, and dedicated server support.
Go in the water, grab something, swim to the surface, back down, swim to the surface, back down to the... No. It got way too repetitive. Just swim down, grab one or two things, swim back to the surface. Swim down, grab one or two things, swim back to the surface. It was... I don't know, I
Oh.
couldn't get into that cycle of...
Raid the islands, get shot.
I never even made it that far. I literally played it for like 3 hours and was like, nope. Just, nope. Not a fan.
And now they have the large scuba tank too, so you can stay under even longer.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't even get to a point where I had like the technology bench because it was like
Right.
this is getting
Well, that's-
ridiculous because I would spend 5 minutes up and down, up and down, up and down, and only pick up like 3 or 4 items because you didn't have enough time underwater to do anything. And then it was swim back to your base. Oh, look, I can build one item. Enshrouded, I'm enjoying a lot. But, yeah, I couldn't get into that method of gathering on Sunken Land. I like gathering survival games. I mean, everybody knows that. But I couldn't get into
Yeah,
that method of it.
Yeah.
In order to find that Not So Grumpy, if you go into your eye for inventory, click the equipment, you have to click this bulk dirt button, and then it gives you a fill level versus having the little voxels all over the place. Hey, Pompies. Yeah, like I said,
compare
I
it to
just
Raft in that aspect. You play Raft?
I've never played Raft. No.
You got to cast Raft in the beginning is just
Yeah, you're constantly
casting.
casting and casting and casting.
But once you get past to a certain stage, the game opens up into an incredible game. That's the way I see Sunken Land. You do have a lot of establishment work to get through.
Yeah. Yeah, like I mean, FPS is not wrong. It's for me, it's more like I hustle, 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 and if I'm constantly being slowed down with I gotta get air, gotta get air, gotta get air, gotta get air, it slows the pace of the game down too much for me to be like this is tedious.
Mm.
I mean, you've seen me play games like Ark and 7 Days and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I gather a shit ton of stuff because I'm always moving. But when it's like takes 3 times as long because you're always swimming up and down or something like that, then it becomes way too tedious for me and I can't get into the game.
Yeah. I can understand that.
And I mean that's kind of what did it to me.
Bruce. I don't. What's that? Did it to you?
Well, I mean the tediousness of constantly like up and down, up and down, up and down.
I don't find it tedious. That's the difference. I find it part of the, and I'm not in a rush to finish, get through content. That's not my play style. I want to sit there and enjoy it. And as long as there's content to push forward, that's I think the.
Well, I don't see myself as rushing through the content. It's I want to build all the things, I want to do all the stuff. So I want to gather, I want to get all of the stuff. And if the gathering
longer.
Yeah, but if
it's a patience thing, I think.
it probably is. It's just gathering in Sunken Land to me was way too tedious. If I can go jump out and get materials just by like 7 days. Let me run into a house, gather the materials. Let me run into another house, gather the materials. That to me, not a problem. I can do that all day long. But when I spend half my time going up and down, basically just traveling back and forth because you got to go up for air, then it becomes really tedious to me, and it's like this isn't fun. Yeah, I know. Eventually, you do get stuff in that game, but it's like, how far down the tree is that? How many hours and hours of that really tedious gathering do I have to do? So it got, like I said, it just got frustrating to me. Like, this is tedious. I don't like this. And it could have been I was just in a really bad mood that day. I don't know. So, I mean, who knows? Maybe I'll check it out again at some point in the future.
Right.
Up the hill. Let's go. No Russo. Yeah, exactly. And you're not wrong. Like I said, maybe I'll come into it the next time around with a different mindset and things will be better, but Mr. Reyes coming in with a party of 44. Welcome in, everybody. How was your stream there, Mr. Reyes? You guys aren't already following Mr. Evil Reyes, make sure you go give that man a follow. An excellent streamer. Good friend. He's been playing a lot of Enshrouded lately. That you there, Matt?
Yep, it's me. Sorry.
No, I just want to double check. I thought
Yeah,
the
no.
sniffle sounded. I thought the sniffle sounded familiar.
Yeah, again, that's the one thing my doctor can't figure out why. Of all my
You-
medical problems, that's the one thing my doctor can't understand why I still have that issue with my nose after all the medicine he's given me.
Your sniffleupagus.
You mean snuffleupagus? Okay.
No, sniffleupagus.
Oh, yeah.
Because Snuffleupagus
I'm
is
just-
big, furry, and has a trunk.
Well, I'm big furry, but I don't have a trunk. So I guess I got 2 out of 3 ain't bad, is it?
That's what I've heard.
Yeah, no.
Enshrouded's a really good game, Henry. I've got a fair amount of hours into it. I've gotten quite a ways. Still got a lot of building I want to do. The building in that game is actually really fantastic. Being able to build literally block by block instead of entire walls, and then you can't change it. You can mix and match materials. You can carve walls to suit whatever needs you want. It's really pretty good in that regard. If I had to describe it to 3 other games, Zelda, Ark, and Valheim. Yeah, it's Valheim without the water and a better building system. Valheim, Conan, Minecraft, yeah. Yeah, Conan's similar, yeah. I said Ark, but Conan's probably a better example because you don't actually tame anything. Even though in Conan you do technically tame people. So yeah, welcome iterators. We're just doing a little diggy here on Out of Ore. I've got to, right now we're working on getting the factory dug out before I really start into the valley. I want a very, Palworld has Conan traits. Palworld has Conan-esque traits, yeah, I'd say. In that once you... With Palworld, once you get the pals, you can have them do things for you. Which is probably the big difference between it and Ark. Ark, you tame dinos, but they just sit in your base. Palworld, you capture the pals, and then you put them to work. Like slaves. How does this game compare to Construction Sim? So Construction Sim is pretty rigid with where you can do the jobs and how you have to do the jobs. This game has now 8 different maps that are roughly, well, at least 400 square kilometers a map, in which you can dig anywhere you want, build anywhere you want, build however you want, because you put your production facility together by yourself. Yeah, I mean, there's freedom to do whatever you want. You can underground mine, you can just do, you can just strip the overburden and run pay dirt. You can do bedrock mining. There's tunnel boring machines. There's a lot of different equipment. They've now, in the recent patch, added production, workbenches, so you can make parts and pieces and stuff like that. This map here, I'm set up. My plan is to do a large open pit in this valley here. FS22 maps with construction. This map is at least 7 times the size of a 16x map. And that's just the surface. I've gone 2,700 meters deep on a map and still didn't hit bottom. There's also explosives from mining the bedrock, including plowshare explosives. The United States experiment in using nuclear devices to clear land for construction. Oh, this game's 1,000 times better than Gold Rush. Having played Gold Rush myself, I can say this one's way better. Because you're not limited to where you can dig. You're not limited to where you can set up your plant. You have a freedom to do a lot of stuff in this game that you don't have in Gold Rush. Gold Rush is really rigid. You have to set up your plant here. You can only dig here. This game, you've got freedom to do it wherever you want. Like I said, they just added workbenches in the update a few days ago. Those workbenches allow me to make parts, components, things like that. Going forward, they will start to have higher quality vehicles coming out that'll include like hydraulic hoses and much more detailed models. Once those models are in, those vehicles will start to have breakdowns. And you'll have to actually repair them. So that will be very similar to Gold Rush in that regard. Yeah, I'd say this is an evolution of Gold Rush, where you have much greater freedom in an open world environment. This runs on Unreal Engine. It will eventually go to Unreal 5. Christian has stated that. There will be a world update coming in the future, in which case, in which the worlds will get much more detailed and better. I know the weather assets can be triggered to have accumulation on the ground once it moves further along in its development cycle. That's planned. So, rain will make puddles and things like that. Snow will accumulate. But the developer of this game is Christian from North Modding Company, who used to make Farm Sim mods in 19. The NMC Scarerock, the NMC Griffin, that's the one I couldn't think of yesterday. So, there's still some quirks, and there's definitely still some bugs that are getting worked out. But Christian's been developing this game pretty well. He's had, 4 hot fixes? Maybe 5 hot fixes since the patch on the 31st. So 3 days ago. And I think there's another patch planned for, in a couple of days to wrap up a few of the bugs. Then it'll be to work on the February patch, because Christian wants to do a patch a month. He's got a very active Discord, takes a lot of suggestions, comments, things like that. They respond to bug reports. Christian went from being a solo developer to one of... he's the lead with now 3 other people helping develop the game for him. Or with him, I should say. And as far as the PC goes, it doesn't feel it, really. The engine will get laggy if you have too many voxels on the in the world. Like, if you set off a shit ton of explosives, the game will get laggy. There's no doubt about that. There's a link to Christian's Discord, North Modding Company. but that's purely on the game side. If I go here, nope, not performance. If I go to this here, HUD layout, we'll go performance, advanced in the upper corner there. Actually, let's put it in that corner. There you go. So yeah, and the lag only lasts until the game finishes dealing with those voxels. Literally once they're in the conveyors, the lag stops. It's basically while the world is dealing with the little voxel instances. So yeah, I mean it's a pretty good game. I've got a couple hundred hours in it now. I enjoy it quite a bit. Yeah, exactly. I did witness it firsthand. The RDX explosives you can buy, they blow up everything in an 8-meter radius. And I set off an explosion that was probably 80 to 100 RDX sticks. And yeah, it put me to about 6 frames a second, 3 frames a second for a solid 20 minutes. Evening there, Sir Welshie. And you can see my GPU's only utilizing 40%, CPU around 40%. The game's capped at 60 frames. And yeah, the game didn't crash. It kept running. And I've got all of the graphics settings turned right to the hilt. So, I mean, if you're looking for a game to just kind of chill and relax and waste some hours on, this is a game for it. Plus, multiplayer is coming at some point this year, which I think will transform this game into a big hit. Not that it isn't already, but
It's kind of what I think is that once people see enough people play this and then realize, oh, we can all play together, I think this is going to be a big one.
yep.
Because it's just, there's so much you can do.
Yeah, the big question is going to be how many people and what type of multiplayer. Is it going to be hosted? I know
exactly. That's the big thing.
Christian did say that he doesn't like dedicated servers necessarily, because they can have a lot of connection issues and so on. But as development moves forward, maybe that does become a thing. Who knows? Yeah, you can spend way too many hours in your excavator. It's. I mean, I've had it happen way too much where I just sit there and chill and relax and just dig.
Mm-hmm.
And if I had somebody running a dump truck while I was just digging, man, would I pass some hours. Well, yes, that is one problem, Zodiac, of having to host it, is the main guy has to be online for everyone else to be online. So, you know, maybe dedicated servers do become a thing later in the development cycle. Who knows? But if it doesn't, depending on how many people are allowed, I have a plan. Must be the kids back from their lunch. Give me just a minute, chat. That'd be my in-laws dropping the kids back off, so let me go chat with them for just a second. I'll be right back. I've heard that, Uncle Henry. Hashtag blame Darius. All right, chat. Sorry about that. I'm back. The in-laws just dropped off the kids. They went out to lunch together. Blame Darius. Yep. Bought Icarus because I am too, but under $20 for this game seems fair. Yeah, it's what, like $17 US, and for the price, I've already more than got my money out of it. Icarus is a great game. I need to get back to that one at some point. There's so many games on the list. It's like, jeez, there's too many games and not enough time for them all. I vote we go to 48-hour days.
Hey, Darius, I have a question for you on the small wash plants. How do you put the? Do you have to?
It has to
Dump
be
it
in
on
your
the wash?
inventory. Nope. You
Oh.
have to put the dirt in your inventory, and then
Okay.
open up the inventory of the production. You know, click on it, press
Gotcha.
E, and then it will have a you'll have the different
I gotcha.
stuff
Mhm,
there.
I see it there.
Yep. And what you can do is you can scroll to like 99 and then drag it down to the production bar.
Gotcha. Okay. Just trying to figure out how that worked. To be honest,
Yeah.
couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, no worries. Your best moment in Icarus was accidentally starting a massive forest fire. Yeah, I've done that a few times. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Red Swamp. Sub $20, you're not going to beat this game in a mining simulator.
Mm-mm.
Not a
There's no
chance.
chance.
Yeah, I mean, not a chance. Now, I have not tried that coal mining sim demo, but I've not heard much about it from people.
I've played it a little bit here and there. It's definitely, it's interesting, but it needs some. I don't know. There's just something missing in it to me. I'm not
It was
sure what
awful.
it could be.
I have heard Dave say it was awful. So,
It
yeah,
was awful.
like me,
For
I'm
me,
stacking stuff into the inventory here. Go to 99, drag the iron down, drag the iron down. Do some
Gotcha. Okay,
steel.
that's
Carry the
Vehicles
steel over
bouncing
here.
all over the place, and it was just. I had played it. It needed TLC. I don't know if they improved it.
I haven't seen anything recently, any updates from them about it, so I don't really think so.
Go. All right, there, Mr. Zodiac. You take care. We'll catch you later.
I mean, it could be. That's the thing is, it could be great games. It's just the people who make them have to spend the time and want to actually make them better. You know.
Yeah, I mean that's the big kicker is, you know, is the developer actually willing to improve the game? Sometimes developers get a progression to their game or an idea for their game in their head, and they are so rigid on it they won't take feedback, they won't make adjustments, and I think a lot of games suffer because of that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, indeed, Zelray. Yes, indeed. I've got the road painted at least. It's not rolled in smooth yet, but it is painted from here almost all the way to town. We're starting to cut this hillside here out so the factory can be built as I get the parts. So I'm just kind of working on cutting this all down and
I think Ranch Sim is terrible at understanding what people want for their game.
exactly. They're a dev that, you know, like
I don't know.
we want.
I don't even know if they play it because there's no way you can, after you get to a certain point, you buy some pigs, you can't do all the work because your pigs are having pigs every 3 days, and you got a butcher that takes all your,
Yeah.
even with the new time frame, it's just slow the thing down.
Yeah. Slow it down by, you know.
Give us real time option, not just a 1 day.
Yeah,
or
exactly.
the slider.
br-
If that was there, I'd be doing that game a lot more because right
Yeah.
now,
I enjoyed Ranch
Yeah.
Sim, but that was the big thing that frustrated me. You couldn't do anything.
you couldn't do everything.
It's well, yeah, that's what I
That's-
mean. Like you
Yeah.
you never had time for things.
Well,
Even
my
if
pigs
you
are
were
born to kill off my
multiplayer,
chickens.
yeah, even if you were multiplayer with a full group, I don't think you'd have enough time in the day to do everything.
Right. You got to the point where, oh, my pigs are born. I guess I don't have time to take care of chickens anymore, and I might as well not milk the cows anymore.
Exactly. Exactly. And then who has time to even make sausage or anything like that? Or,
It gets
um,
crazy.
yeah. So
All they
right
need to do
now,
is give you longer days, and it would be so much better.
yeah. So right now, Henry, that hopper is just going up into a wash plant for when I do hit pay dirt, and the material itself is gathering in that storage container so that I can use it in production or whatever. Eventually, I'll end up selling off some of the products and stuff like that. But it's just, this is the hopper that will feed into the plant eventually once I get there. So I'll move the, eventually I'll move these over here to this edge of the plant. They'll actually go up as a double group and go into a whole production system in the back eventually. But for now, they're kind of just, they're there. It's a temporary solution because I don't have the money for a lot of the plant pieces. I'm just trying to get this hillside cut out. Eventually, I'm going to get into pay dirt, and there'll be other things to do and stuff like that. What I've just found recently, because people keep saying they've been getting rubies and things like that out of dirt. I've run a lot of dirt in there. There hasn't been a single ruby or anything like that. So I'm guessing the people that have been having that also have pay dirt mixed in, which can get rubies. Could also be a map thing. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, conversely, the opposite of Ranch Sim, going back to developers, I would say is Icarus. Oh yeah, long view for sure. I'm assuming that's what you meant to type was long view. But Icarus and Rocketworks Studios, they originally put their game out and it was mission based. You had to start over every mission, and the community said, we want persistent worlds. We want to be able to just stay on the same world and do all this stuff. And they have now gotten to a point where they have completely 180'd on their whole game system to a point where now you can start a persistent world and do all the missions from that persistent world without ever having to leave. And you just build up the one time and play through. Which is a complete 180 from the way they originally developed their game, but that's what the community wanted, so they said, all right, here you go. Not many studios do something like that. So, yeah, I mean, it makes a big difference in the way that game plays. It makes it so much more fun when you don't have to start over every time you drop into a mission. So it's... they're an outlier when it comes to game studios. Not a lot of game studios do stuff like that. A lot of game studios are very similar to, like, the Ranch Sim devs. Nope, this is what we are doing, and if you don't like it, well, too bad. Mr. Split in Two Gaming, the mine is coming along. We're trying to clear the hill for the factory. So I've got this will be my permanent hopper box, but it's just kind of a temporary hash together setup while I dig out the hill for the factory to build into. What we're carving down right now, the valley I've chosen is apparently a pretty good one because there's a lot of iron in it. There's all kinds of iron nodes going back that way. There's quite a bit of coal over this way, but, you know, this is going to be home. And in relation to where it is on the map, if you follow this, I still got to smooth the road out a lot and do a lot of work on it. But the road goes all the way over to... The mine town is right there. So, Split, you are currently digging right here. So, yeah. I traveled a little ways. But this is going to be where I set up my mining operation. I got to do some more work with that, but I did do the quest line for the watchtower, which I'm going to move it down over here, I think, a little bit, but yeah. Pretty good little setup. Coming along. I just got a lot of hillside here to carve out for the back of the factory. And once that's all done, I'm going to get to actually like stripping in the mine here. But until I get back down to pay dirt, it's going to be slow going. Which reminds me, I need to strip this back out. Thank you there, Chameleon. I don't want to be running that right now. That was an experiment on things. Do that number. Shoot back there. This stuff can go back over here. But I was torn between doing just a double like this or the 4, but when I saw your setup, Split, I said, I really like the way that looks. So I stole it. Yes, you can. You can walk up to them with an axe and chop them down. And now it seems they respawn every so many hours in game. But it's a bit of a slow climb up the hill at the moment to get to the top here where I'm benching this down. Yeah, when I was dumping the large haul trucks on the previous map, I was doing 2 of them, and it seemed to take it in just fine, but when I saw that, I'm like, you know, it makes sense. And, I mean, it's not like we're hurting for space on this game. So, yes, this is the cheapest loader you can get. So the smallest loader. I did a hard mode survival style playthrough. I can only buy products that I can't otherwise make. I'm not allowed to sell ore directly unless it cannot otherwise be refined. And I started literally with a pickaxe and some very basic hand wash plants to produce enough money to buy the wheel loader. Now I've moved over here, and I'm slowly working on this.
You need to spend some time cleaning your room.
Actually, give me 1 second, chat. Let me do this. This. Let's see. We need to go over here. Oh, I hate this. My computer did an update the other day, and it forgets like everything now. I hate it. Yeah, we'll call it that. Activate command. Let's go. Bingo! Perfect. That's better. This way I don't keep having to jump over to YouTube and get splits information for shoutouts. But for those that don't know, Mr. Split 2 is it's a pretty good streamer over on YouTube. Does a lot of testing for this game, does a lot of polls for features and how they work to give feedback to Christian and the other developers. So I recommend going over there, hitting the subscribe button, watching him do his live streams, hanging out with him. And I will say this, he undertakes some pretty crazy projects in this game. But dude does some amazing stuff. As long as he remembers to go live when he says. I'm gonna have to razz him about that one for a few days anyway. For those that weren't here yesterday, he popped in to hang out for a few minutes, and I'm like, wait a minute, aren't you going live in like 2 minutes? And he goes, oh shit, I forgot. Yeah, you've got an extra hour today, Split. you get a little over an hour. You get like an hour and 45 minutes. MacGyver gifting a tier 1 sub to Split 2. Thank you very much, MacGyver, for that. I do appreciate it. You needed sleep after this last week. Yeah, you've been crushing it. Couple of really long streams, plus putting out a bunch of content for the patch, doing a lot of testing. Yeah, Split's a busy dude. And if I heard correctly at the end of his stream yesterday, he's going to be undertaking a mega project in what he's calling his Season 4 Out of Ore, which he's going to be what? Were you going to end up trying to do the Three Gorges style dam, or were you still going to try and keep it more Hoover style? I know you can't do the parabola shape, but I think the Three Gorges would look cool too. Over on the other side of the town, he's planning on doing a major project, so that will be fun to watch. Because he when it comes to building, he's probably gone some of the most extreme I've seen. I know I've watched some of Brito's videos, but Yeah, I don't think I've seen anybody top some of Split stuff. I've seen some pretty cool underground mines and stuff like that. Oh, ad break. Sorry, chat. They built with substandard material and eventually collapse. Don't tempt Split there, Uncle Henry. He trolled a bunch of people with his season 2, I think it was. He built like a nuclear plant, made it look like it blew up. Well, exactly. When it comes to mega builds, Split's king. There's over 100,000 blocks. Yeah, it's crazy. Makes you wonder how long chat's gonna let you go before you can start buying blocks where you have to make them all. Not only does Split have the biggest builds, but he also does it all legit and on stream. Yeah! You can watch Split do it all on stream. I mean, he may do a bunch of dozing and stuff off stream occasionally, but almost all of his stuff is done on stream. Yeah, 1 second, chat. Maybe that'll stop that whole frickin' pause scrolling bullshit that it does. Not for the viewer challenges, all on stream, part of the rules. Yeah. I forgot you are doing a viewer challenge. Gotta make sure Mr. Split ain't cheating. Need more sleep if dozing on stream. Yeah, wrong kind of dozing. I do some of this stuff off stream. Like last night, I painted that road off stream because it's pretty tedious work. And I wasn't sure how it would work. How it would really turn out. Turns out it works pretty good. And like I might do some digging and stuff off stream, but it's all still legitimate play. Alt R. Alt R, not Alt Z, dummy. Well, yeah, when you use nukes, it is pretty noticeable. Why is that a giant circular hole in the ground? Someone walking in the mountain and laying belts of satisfaction. Yeah. I have occasionally pushed my my sleep limits a bit. I might be known to do that occasionally. Thank you for the hydrate there, Martin. And the stretch. Diggy, diggy, diggy. All right. The really crazy thing is when you look at what Split does, he's all mouse and keyboard. I'm the one that put him there, Uncle Henry. I put him there as a marker, so I knew where to dig to. That was me kind of generically laying out the walls, so I knew my boundaries. Yep. Mouse, keyboard, controller, steering wheel, pedals, and 2 joysticks to play this? Wow. Sounds like it might be time for a new keyboard there, Henry. You're a keyboard warrior as well for 40 years now, but just got a wheel last week. You have a farm stick on the way, so you can get the wheel and stick on order go soon. Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna be ordering a pair of joysticks here soon. I don't know if I'm gonna go with the T16,000s or a couple of farm sticks. It's gonna depend on pricing and availability. But I will be getting a matching pair of joysticks at some point here soon. Crazy thing, you have all that stuff. Full farm sim setup and never use it. Yeah. Well, yeah, but you also have like 15,000 hours playing Gold Rush with mouse and keyboard, so you're familiar. You know, your fingers are used to making those fluid movements from digging, or as you put it, octopus fingers. Oh, Split, did you see that screenshot I posted in your Discord there yesterday? App data local. Here. I lost my head digging, Split. Extreme 3D Pros. Yeah, I've got one now, but it's starting to get some drift to it, and they don't set up well for being both hands. Yeah, just don't know what happened, but bro just lost his head.
That's the most hilarious part of this game is you don't have a head in all of it.
Oh no, I do now. Uh-oh. Get out of the hole. Get out of the hopper thing. Yep.
But it's like You say you want to dig holes. Why can't I go in there?
Yeah, I'm good at getting things stuck. Now, back to playing the piano while driving a wheel loader. I don't know if you've ever seen your character when you're in third person and how he's running the wheel loaders, or any piece of
Oh,
equipment for that matter. He's like typing on a keyboard or something.
Oh, jeez, he is, isn't he? I never saw that.
Playing like a claw game or something. Pinchy, pinchy, pinchy. I don't expect to see that change until maybe the next gen vehicles come out, because that's all about how the character's connected within the cab of the vehicle and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's split octopus fingers. I have to say one thing: my playing mouse and keyboard gold rush for over 10,000 hours made you wife happy. I'm sure it has. The finger stretching exercises seem to be paying off. Man, I wish I had a dump truck right now. Oh, we're almost into pay dirt on that back edge, so we'll start making some money off of this here soon. How much is the cheapest dump truck? $400,000? Holy shnikes. Nope. Oh, yeah, because you're going for a dozer right now. Oh, is it normal for this not to go up in the stats price here, Split? Or is that a bug that's yet to be fixed? Because it shows I have not sold anything at all. And I've sold a lot. Bug? Yeah, alright, I thought so. Because people were saying, oh, I've got stuff there, but they're on existing saves. This is a new save, so I figured it might have been a bug. But it's alright. Just looks like I haven't made any money. I'm magic. Come on. Into the hill. Thank you. Selling store quest system is a bit bugged after. Yeah. I know a lot changed with that whole setup, so I'm not surprised there's little quirks that still need to be ironed out. Doesn't bother me. I still enjoy the game, so I'm going to play it anyway. Yeah, for the time being, trees just kind of fall through the earth. Yeah, the multiplayer framework, all of that stuff that came as part of this that were, again, a lot of work on the back end that people don't realize got added to prepare for future updates. It's there's a lot there that people don't realize got changed in this update. A lot there. Oh. Ow. I think for now, any pay dirt I get, I'm just going to let it go in the box and run it through the manual wash plants until they get the diamond and ruby stuff fixed in. Because the processing that for ores, they just, I don't know. I guess I could sit there and stockpile them, but they just aren't. Yeah, exactly. Well, and this was a really big update. Not only did all of the workbenches come in, not only did the workbenches come in, but there was a lot of stuff on the back end. UI updates, store changes, not just a couple, not just a 5-minute job. 5-to-1 better any way you feel it. Yeah. It might be a different story given the ability to refine the diamonds and rubies into their higher prices. That might outweigh it a little bit, but in the interim, I don't think it really, the 5-to-1 guarantee, I think, like you said, is better than the chance of the diamonds and rubies. More is coming in the gold department. Yeah, I'm sure. And then the other side of that, though, is once I get further into the production of things, I'm going to need the silicon, which you get from the refining of the gold through the wash plant. So eventually I will switch it over, but for the time being right now, I think I'm just going to keep it going. It's not like there's a lack of pay dirt to run, right? Best sim in the game. Yeah, I like doing the pay dirt runs. Which, I mean, I'll be doing plenty of pay dirt, but chat's the one that voted for the bedrock mining, so we'll still run the pay through the plant. Well, the thing is, it may be a while before I'm actually at the bedrock mining because there's a lot of area to strip. I'll probably be doing it in sections. And then mine some bedrock and move on to the next section type of deal. I don't think people realize how much overburden there is before you get to bedrock, too. There's a lot of meters of dirt followed by pay dirt before you get to the bedrock. I'm going to end up hitting some bedrock cutting this hillside down. So I will need some explosives for that. And then the jaw crusher and fractioner. Yep, there will be some boom booms. I'm cutting quite a bit of height there, so I'll definitely be hitting bedrock in this corner. I'm curious if Christian is planning on adding hour meters to the equipment. I know I suggested it at one point, but I don't know if that's actually in his plans at all or not. I think it'd be cool to see how much time you've put into different pieces of equipment. Yeah, that's true, I guess. Come on, up at the hill. As long as they're not real-time hours, please don't let me see that on my dash. Well, yeah. You gotta give real time in the equipment. I mean, at least he doesn't tell you how many hours you have on a save. That would probably be the real kick. Here, let me load this save that has 2,000 hours. How many hours? Go. Another scoop and back down the hill we go. This hill is killer, but I feel it would be kind of cheaty if I stuck the hopper and storage unit right there. Let's go. Get after it. Oh. There we go. Overdug a little in that corner. Eh. Alright. We got quite a bit of material cut out of this hill so far. Come on, are you gonna finish filling this bucket or what? Another bucket's not full. Come on. There we go. And just slam it on top of the dirt and fill the bucket. Down the hill we go. I pick things up and put them down. I dig things up and dump them out. Whoa, hey. Too far. Well, now I don't have much choice. Alright, I'm curious about something. Let's park this over here for a minute. Do-do-do-do-do-do. This map, NG, is the, words are hard. Yeah, I should have enough there. It's the Mine Town map. Iron ore. There we go. Do 100 aluminum bars while we're at it. Alright, what I'm going to need to do is, in the temporary, take these out so I can pick up those piles. I need the dirt. Get those two temporary piles picked up. This needs to come out temporarily. This out. I'm going to dig these piles up, throw them in the hopper quick. Then we can paint the ground underneath this so we don't have any trees pop up through the metal grating at least. We'll do that. I've seen it happen. And then once we get these two piles picked up, I will place in some metal plates. And then we can continue the outline. Concrete. Go from there. After all, progress must be made. Let's see. Yeah, we'll get a little bit of painting going on here. I just got to get this pile down so it doesn't eventually stick through the floor. And have that, chat. Come on, dig. Need new teeth on my bucket. Need new teeth on the bucket. Wonder if he's going to add... I didn't see those in there anywhere. I wonder if those are going to get added eventually. Just break down pieces. Wear pieces. Would make sense. How you doing today there, NG? Yeah, I think that'd be pretty cool. It would make sense. You know, that's a typical wear item for a piece of equipment. Don't know if he will or not, but that'd be kind of cool to simulate the machine not digging or cutting as well until you replace cutting edges or teeth. Have it lose efficiency in its ability to cut into the ground or something. Doing all right, you know. Best I can anyway. Surviving. All right. I'll take care of that. I'll go that way. I'll just cover the topsoil. Like so. This will certainly make it easier to paint the roads with coal if you want to. Or gravel, because then you don't have to worry about other stuff spilling out. Didn't recognize the symbol. Damn it, I hate that. Double them up by mistake. Always a pain in the ass. I'll have to uncover this later. Dig this out so I can shift this over here. But I'll do that later when I can afford more conveyors and stuff. There we go. Yeah, I gotta cut this a little bit more back on that edge, but hey, not a big deal. We can drive pretty smoothly onto there, dump, turn around, go. We don't have to go around that so much anymore. The dirt back for the time being. There we go. Job's done. I can't get to the fuel barrel at the moment, but hey, you know, it's a different story. That's a different story. Hey, Willem. Welcome in. Doing good so far. Let's see. Bring that back to that face. Oh, we're down to a little bit of pay dirt, I think. Oh, hey. We just hit a little pay dirt in that corner. Well, that's good, chat. Start making some more money. She's a bit bumpy, chat. Yeah, be interesting to see all the different things that get added with the production. How much are they going to make it so we can build, you know? Are we going to eventually be able to get all of the stuff to make our own conveyors? And hoppers and stuff like that, you know? Belts and gears and pulleys and whatever else, or bearings. Make our own stuff. Will that become a thing later on? Who knows? I think that'd be cool. That'd be the ultimate hardcore survival. No buy. Be good for DLC packs. Yeah, I don't know if that'd necessarily be a DLC thing. I know they're planning a decoration pack. Not sure when that's going to actually come out, but it is on the Steam as coming soon. But you know, the idea being you can, if you want to, make your own stuff, but, you know, leave the option for people to buy. I like the way it is right now. You can buy the parts if you want to, or you can make the parts if you want to and just sell the ore. It's up to, I mean, it gives you more options for play, without limiting your play style. And I think that's a good thing. If you want to, you can, but you don't have to. I think that's ultimately a better recipe for success than saying you have to do it this way, because that's what I say. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of people that are going to play this and they're not even going to touch the workbenches if they don't, you know, they may not even touch them. Then there's other people that are going to do a hardcore survival style play. I know I am, Split is. I know that there's a lot of people that are currently doing that style of play with this patch, where you try, you know, you can only build things you can't otherwise make. You only buy a, you know, it limits what you buy from the store. I know that's not everybody's cup of tea, though, so, you know, it's nice to have options, which I think ultimately leads to a better game. I'd like to be able to build your own loader by creating the parts. That would be interesting. That would be a lot of parts, though, depending on how you do it. And at what point does it become, you know, mine mechanic simulator versus mining? You know, you don't want to lose focus, and I said this yesterday, you don't want it to get to a point where you lose focus on the core mechanic of the game, which is mining the ore, or the pay dirt, or whatever choice of mining you do. But at the end of the day, it is mining simulation, not satisfactory, not, you know, mechanic simulator. So you don't want to lose core focus, but it's nice to expand on the mechanics in place, being able to produce stuff from the ore. I like that. It's a good expansion on the digging. You know, it adds that gameplay loop, as Split says. You He's the only one I've had refer to it like that, so it makes sense when you hear it. But it gives the option to play that way if you want to, but don't force a player into it. Give them options, but don't overwhelm them with options either. Because if you complicate things too much, then you lose a lot of casual players that are like, I don't want to deal with that complication. That's too much. That was weird. Kick that Dark Clawed way out there. And I was right. We did just strike pay dirt in the corner. Which is a good thing. We'll start getting more and more as we continue across and cut deeper, but we're scratching the surface of pay dirt right there. The Knights will be getting into some pay dirt again. Have to take that out. And being able to get some gold processing going so we can make some more money. I'll be curious to see if and when Christian does like a balancing pass on pricing. He may not, but it'll be interesting to see if he does. Because some stuff is a little...
And they call it a mine.
A mine. Hey, Draft. How you doing? Welcome in. Some stuff is a little strangely priced, like the wood blocks. You pay an arm and a leg for those things. But you can run around with an axe for 5 minutes, make a bunch, and you're a millionaire. Off to early dinner, so lurking for about an hour? Well, I appreciate the lurk there, you Drath. I mean, ultimately, the game is super enjoyable as it is. So, adding to the game is always nice, as long as it's in such a way that, like I said, it doesn't detract from what the game is, which is a mining game. We must ultimately remember that part. It is, at the end of the day, a mining game, not a hardcore factory builder and stuff like that. Alright, chat. Here's what we're gonna do. Full dirt. Containers. Alright. Starting a poll. What do I do with the dirt? Do we invest in a setup to move it off to one side and stockpile it somewhere else? For whatever purpose, I have no idea at this point. Do I sell it, or do I store it in containers for no good reason? Well, that will come with money, Red Swamp. Unfortunately, it's, you see right now I'm not really earning a lot of money. It's just dirt mostly going in the box, but I've got to clear this, I got to rip all this material off, so it's going to take a while to get down to decent pay. Stockpile it to the side. Yep, that's what a lot of people are going to say, I think. So I will need to set up I'll need 2 sorters. Well, I'll need a sorter, at least for the time being. And then we gotta figure out where I would store it. Or stockpile it, rather. I definitely don't want to have to keep moving it, so it's gotta be somewhere... Oh, Jesus. That's spot again. Definitely have to be stockpiled somewhere where it won't be in the way. The problem is there's going to be so much. Sell it. Please vote sell it. Because I think I'm going to have to. There's going to be too much to stockpile to one side, given the sheer scope of what I want to accomplish. Unless I use it to build a frickin' earthen dam or something. There's going to be a lot of dirt. But I'll let you guys decide. Alright, Jers. Appreciate you stopping by. We'll catch you later. Take care until then. In this case, the goal of this playthrough, Red Swamp, is a large open pit mine into bedrock. Chat voted for a large open pit and bedrock mining, so essentially this entire valley out in front of me will eventually become a large pit that we will mine that pit right down into the bedrock, benching it down as we go, and so on. But until that time happens, there's a lot of material there. That's the long-term goal. The very long-term goal. Clay to the sellable items. It'll be interesting. I know Split had mentioned conversation, I guess, with Christian about ways of being able to make our own cement so we don't have to buy it. So, it'll be interesting to see, what do you put into it for aggregates? Do you use maybe like a little bit of dirt, a little bit of gravel, or something like that, or, gravel and something else, or who knows, being able to make our own cement would be really nice, because that stuff's going to get expensive. Not as expensive as buying all the bricks, mind you, but oh, low on fuel again, and I don't have... We might move the fuel tank quick. Cement. Yep. Concrete, cement. It's a bad idea. It's a bad idea. Now is when the foreman steps out of his trailer and looks around. What the hell are you doing? Get into the fuel tank, boss. Alright, let's see what we got in here. Nice, we got some pay dirt, we got some aluminum coal, so on. Like, sell it is taking the lead. Oh, yeah. We're gonna drift this stuff. Not B. I. I think for now we're just gonna put down the 2. No, we will do all 4, because as we progress down, we're gonna end up with more and more pay dirt. Yep, sure am there, C-Squad. Red Swamp Fox, thank you very much for the follow. I do appreciate it. If I haven't already said it, welcome to the community. Oh, hey. I have a question. Do you know how to make cement? The only way to do cement right now is you have to buy the cement from the store under the... It's under materials, concrete. You got to buy the cement here. Then you mix it with water from a oil derrick. Which you get from the empty barrels in the oil derrick. And then that gets mixed together to make your concrete pieces. And ad break. Every time. Alright, so consensus is from that poll, we are going to sell the dirt. All right.
All right, I gotta go take a nap.
Yep.
Catch you later on.
Sounds good, Dave. Enjoy your nap. Ah, you picked it up now too, Pompies? Nice. Hope you enjoyed it as much as I have. Curious. I missed. I missed. All right, welcome back from ads, everybody. So, for those that didn't see, the poll ended with Sell the Dirt at 53% of the vote. So that is what we will do with it moving forward. Your evil side let you down? Alright, so let's see. Curious about some 569456. Oh, it's about 4,000 XP for selling off that ore, or that dirt. Brings us to $66,000. Nice indeed. That must have been Scurvy.
Nope.
Or I was about to say, or Matt, but you had been awful quiet for a while, Scurvy. So I thought maybe it just auto AFK'd you.
Yep. Nope. I'm quiet.
So what you been playing today, Scurvy?
It's just some farm sim.
Ah, there you go. You on the county?
Canyon.
Oh yeah, Canyon Crossing.
Yeah.
I always think it's county, but Canyon.
Yep.
Hey, Lee Mac, welcome in. How you doing today? I have a mod in chat. Give me a shout out for Mr. Lee Mac. Rated me a few times. I'm doing alright, Lee Mac. I'm doing alright. Just doing the diggy, diggy, diggy. Taking all the dirt, putting it in the hole. I'm gonna take probably, if I had to guess, probably 4 more benches to get all the way down. You're very welcome there, Lee Mac. Yep, brand new playthrough. We're doing a hard mode survival style. We can only buy things we can't otherwise make. If we get ore, we have to process it, if possible, into other products before selling it. And, yeah, we're just, moving along, so. Been making all our own concrete blocks and steel blocks. Yep. Yeah, it's definitely a hardcore playthrough. We set the game to hard mode, so started with $100,000, no loans allowed. Spent many hours with a pickaxe digging a small tunnel to try and get pay dirt. And now I'm trying to cut this all out so we can eventually extend the factory all the way into this corner. Not all the way into the corner, but it'll be pretty close to it. We'll have a retaining wall there, and my goal is to get this all cut out, and then we'll start setting up the actual final plant. Props to you for the pickaxe work. ADHD, but not all hated that kind of patience. Yeah, I mean it was a lot of work, but the pickaxe, they've now got a faster pickaxe they put in the other day, which goes pretty quick. Seen a few people playing it, but you haven't watched. So the aim of this game, Doc, is to Dig dirt, put it in a hopper, and look for ores, process pay dirt for gold. There's a lot of ways you can go about playing this game, but it's pick a spot and dig some dirt. You can process. You can process like pay dirt into gold. You can only what I needed to NG to support the tunnel I was digging. So they now have productions that allow you to take your ores, turn them into iron bars, then into steel bars. Take that, turn it into beams and plates and things like that to make like the steel flooring you see there. You can take water and cement and make it into concrete blocks. There's a lot you can do with it now as far as like a production side goes. No, can't make the cement yet. We can make the concrete, we just can't make the cement yet. Yeah, so now, see, I've got some pay dirt coming in. We've got some iron ore, some coal, some aluminum that we picked up. So I can bring the pay dirt over, make it into gold ore. Bring the coal over here. The aluminum and the iron. We'll grab the steel we've got. I'm not selling the aluminum and lithium yet. Let's put the steel in here. Beams, plates. Much more steel beams. Whoops. You now actually see the tools in your hands for when you're breaking stuff and what have you. You can actually see the tool animations. Considering how fast you're burning through fuel, conveyor dump line might be in order. Fuel's cheap though. And, what in the hell? I was about to say, fuel's cheap. Conveyors are not. Last I saw, it's like $17 US. NG99K, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I do greatly appreciate it. support goes the long ways. Oh, is this pretty decent price then? Nice that you're for games still in development on play. Yeah, I mean, I'm always willing to try early access games. You know, I'll give early access games a shot all the time. There's a lot of great ones. Satisfactory, 7 Days to Die, to name a few. I mean, there's a lot of really good games that are still in development, and you know, I'm all for supporting those devs when I can. You know, when I believe in the project, so to speak. This project is being done by a former farm sim modder. So, it's pretty impressive what he's managed to do. Yeah, I mean, so, some early access games are pretty bad, and they're really expensively priced. It's like, why? Does it make sense? We can... No, I'll save those for now. $7,000 there. Mist Survival's another great one that's in early access. I've seen stuff about that one, but it hasn't come across my radar enough to put it on the wish list, so to speak. Hmm. $11, it's a steal. I have to check it out. I used to play Myst way back when it was like the side scroller, find the clues, that type of shit. I don't know if it's anything like that, if it's anything based off of that series or not, but Cartel Tycoon is early access. And like that, but there's been a few that's just buggy and horrible, and by the time they fix the problems, you're over the game. Yeah. Yep. Totally different game. Gotcha. Yeah, unfortunately, some early access games come out, and it's like, there's nothing here. There's no content to the game. Why? And they want, like you said, like $20-30. It's like, why are you charging so much for a game that has no content? But Christian here's a pretty active dev. His goal this year is for a patch a month. Multiplayer is on the horizon. They just put out the Workbench update. They've got new vehicles coming that are going to have a lot more detail to them, better physics to them. So it's there's a lot in this game's future, and I'm all for it. I like it. I've been enjoying this game quite a bit. I mean, like I said, for $17, I've more than gotten my value worth out of it. Yeah, we're progressing along. We're gonna need another smelter soon. I know that much. That one will not keep up when I'm really moving dirt. Right now it's keeping up just fine because there's a lot of back and forth. Once I can afford a dump truck or a roller to smooth this out or what have you, the dirt will start to accumulate in the box a lot faster, so to speak. So we will need multiple smelters down the line. I don't think, at least not for now, the roller and CNC mill, I don't think are going to be an issue, but then they get BS gamers with slick trailers and marketing. Game journals, yeah. Yeah, I think I've seen somebody say it earlier, like, I think it was in Reyes' channel when I first woke up. There's a lot of AAA studios right now that they aren't putting out the greatest games, but you have these smaller indie devs or smaller dev teams, and they come out with these gems that it's like, that I can support. I think we're good there. Yeah, I mean, I've gotten a few AAA titled games lately, but not, mostly through, like, Keymailer and stuff. Like Starfield, I got that through Keymailer. I didn't actually bought that one, but, yeah, I mean, AAA studio games. Last one I bought, I mean, that's the thing, like, what's considered a AAA studio nowadays, too, because, you know, I mean, a lot of studios, I mean, Blizzard would obviously be one, but now it's Activision Blizzard. I suppose the last AAA studio game I bought was Diablo 4. And as far as the pit goes, King Primal, we are still working on clearing for the factory. I've basically come to the conclusion I need to dig out for the factory first, so I can start setting it up as I get the money from the pit. So the first thing we're doing is, right now I'm clearing back the distance I want the factory to be. I'm clearing for a little perimeter to be able to walk around the back side of it and have a retaining wall there, but Baldur's Gate 3, brilliant game, but got sidetracked when he got in it. Yeah, I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 is an amazing game. I was lucky to be gifted a copy by a member of the community. And that game, I've got a few hundred hours in that game, and boy, did they do an amazing job with the depth of that game. Honestly, I think that that game is going to redefine some expectations to a degree. Yes, they did have an early access period for several years while they were refining the second and third acts and stuff like that, but they did an amazing job. The quests, the amount of stuff you can interact with in the world, the characters you can talk to, it's extremely impressive how it all ties into the end of the game. I mean, let's not forget the fact that all of those decisions you make throughout the game factor into the end of the game experience. You know, who's available there for the final fight? How does the final cutscenes go? Yeah, well, exactly. Larian Studios is not what you would call a AAA studio, but the game itself is, I would 100% consider a AAA title. I mean, it rightly got Game of the Year at the Game Awards. It 100% deserved it. Haven't completed the game as of yet, but you love it, need to get back into it. Yeah, I've beaten it 3 different times through. No, twice. Yeah, twice. I got a couple different endings the second time through because I got to the final boss and chose a couple different story options for some different endings then. But I've beaten it solidly twice through. I did one playthrough as the Dark Urge, going the good guy route. You know, resisting the urges and all of that stuff. Then I did a second evil playthrough. I want to do a third one where I play through not as the Dark Urge, because the second time I did Dark Urge again, but I succumbed to it. I went right through it. I took all of the dark choices. Took the wrong way around. Things way too hard, so it took way longer. Yep. Yeah, there's an amazing amount of flexibility to building your character and the paths you can take in that game. I like the fact that they fleshed it out, so if you legitimately want to go the evil route the whole way through, you can do so. You know, the game doesn't force you back to a parody, so to speak. If you want to be an evil son of a bitch the whole way through, you can absolutely do it. I mean, there aren't many games that let you really play out that path without, like I said, forcing you back to a neutral ground. Few games can choose your own way, and at the end it forces you back to where the game wanted. Yeah, this does not. This game 100% does not do that. You can take so many different options. Work with this guy, work with that guy, take this choice, take that. They claim there's over 17,000 possible endings, depending on all of the different choices you make throughout the game, which is absurd. I mean, that is absurd. Now, ultimately, there's really only a few like full ultimate endings the way the game can play out, but you know who's available at the final cutscenes. How they react to your choices, all of that stuff factors in to different endings to the game. So ultimately, yeah, there's probably is 17,000 permutations of how that plays out, but you know, there's only a few ultimate choices at the end that, you know, complete the game, so to speak. First memory of things like that started was Goosebumps books. Could choose what to do next. Yep. Yeah, skip to this page, skip back to that page, skip to this page, depending on your choices. You choose your own storybooks. Those were interesting. Alright, let's get up here, get some more dirt. Just diggy dirt. And I am gonna be wrapping up stream here in a little bit so I can arrest the voice. I can already feel it getting a little scratchy. I don't want to overdo it. Don't want to be down for the count, so to speak. I'll put a few more scoops in the box. And then we'll go see if we can't find a target. Yeah, this bench cut's gonna take a bit. We'll finish this cut off. Well, not today, we won't. But yeah. Alright, Game Room, you take care. Appreciate you coming in and hanging out. And yes, indeed, I hope to catch you tomorrow. Because we will be back tomorrow. Alright. I'm gonna wrap that up there. Got some pay dirt to process. We got some more iron and aluminum ore. Dirt. There we go. Take the gold ore out of these. Over here. Let's go with more iron. Let's get some aluminum and some lithium in here. I'll wrap that up. And then we'll do what we can for steel. And it's pretty cool what we can accomplish now. That. Or those. The great thing is, and the reason why I'm doing this in steel, is later on I can paint these. So we can put like warning stripes along the edge and stuff like that. You know, dash it so, you know, yellow, black, yellow, black, or whatever color we do for a base, but dash in some yellows. I think it'd be a nice little tweak to it. Like I said, eventually I'm going to have to pull these out so we can extend. The hoppers will come up into the back of the room. Yeah, company colors, probably like a blue. They'll probably end up like a blue and black. I'll have a lot of blues and blacks throughout the building, but we can do like the dashed yellow along here to say, you know, hey, warning, there's a hole here. That type of deal. One thing that does kind of irk me a bit, to a degree, you can see all the equipment sits like a good half block into these, which is kind of annoying. So I might like manually place them once I get more of the floor done. But I'm hoping like what I'll do is probably, you know, back wall of the building will hopefully be somewhere in here. And then I'm going to have it come down like to about here, and there'll be like a little bit of a collection pit underneath it for spills and things like that. And then the rest of it will be the height of this, and I'll have various setups for smelters and things like that, and I'll kind of like close them in, but the storage containers will back up to this area here. Until just after they have to call OSHA, yeah. Gonna go buy the game and give it a go? I would. I mean, it's a great game. For $17, you can't go wrong. For $17, you cannot go wrong. See, who's out there today? I suppose we were shrouded. Why are some of you coming up here? Oh. Ah. I found a target chat. Yeah. No partnered link for that, but yeah, Green Thumb is playing some Farming Simulator. Yeah, we'll keep it in-house today. My opinion is worth the price, even if all you do is drive the pickup and go explore. Yeah. Because keep in mind, there are 8 maps. Each one is like 400 square kilometers plus. You know, it's a big game. Big game. As far as like where you can explore and how much you can do. But I'm going to hop off of here, get some, you know, get some little vocal rest. Hit the ending soon screen. Another big day today, so let me start getting in the shout-outs for people. The thank yous and so on. Let's see. Go all the way back to way back here, way back here. Let's start off with Mr. MacGyver. Thank you very much for the Tier 1 sub. Scurvy, thank you for the Tier 1 sub as well. Martin Chev, thank you for the 5 bits. Jaskar, Mama Bear Olson, thank you for the 100 bits apiece. MacGyver, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Hercules Gaming, thank you for the follow. Martin Chev, thank you for the Tier 1 resub. Uncle Henry, thank you for the Tier 1 resub. Crisis, thank you for the Tier 1 gifted sub to CJ. Let's see. Evil Reyes, thank you for the raid. MacGyver, thank you for the gifted sub to Split in 2. Press the P key. Red Swamp Fox, thank you for the for the follow. NGK, thank you for the Tier 1 sub. Silver Architect, thank you for the last minute Tier 1 sub. Do greatly appreciate it. Real quick, right before I do that, let me go back here. If you press the P key, you'll come up to this, and then the buy and sell is up here. If you are on the map I am on, there's actually a building you can go to. Or if you choose to, you can also place a bank, sell point, and store into your map. Your choices. So there is that. But let's get that raid started over to Mr. Green Thumb Farmer. You're still in the tutorial? Right on. But like I said, thank you very much, everybody, for the support. I do greatly appreciate it. Thank you all for hanging out with me this whole time. It has been a great afternoon. We'll be back again tomorrow. But until then, I want you all to take care, stay safe, have yourselves a great rest of your day. Don't forget the Frosty Raid emotes when you get over there. Let's go give Mr. Green Thumb Farmer some love. Till next time, though, take care, stay safe, and we'll see you all next time.